The same story, the same mistakes. Over and over again. Stop following me, Deku. The blonde shoved Izuku against the hard, cracked ground, the dust kicked up and the boy's eyes glazed over. 6-year-old Midoriya Izuku was once again trying to talk to his former friend. Today he had come running into the courtyard, where other children were playing. Among them were Bakugo and the other boys. When Katsuki fell off the swings through carelessness, Midoriya ran to help him up, even though he knew where it would lead him. After all, he always ended up the same way. He would never accept help, least of all from Izuku. His former friend grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the nearest tree, to the approving laughter of the other boys. I told you I don't want to be your friend. How many times do I have to tell you? Find something else to do. Izuku wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. He had already been told so many times by Kacchan and the other boys. But each time he hoped they were just joking. He still believed that he could regain the old friendship between them. Izuku wanted their dream of being together to come true. But, for some reason, it was now that he realized that his eyes were filling with tears. He realized that he could never be friends with Kacchan again like before. They could never be heroes together as they had dreamed of in their childhood. The boy wanted to get up and run away as soon as possible. He no longer wanted to hear the taunts or see the haughty gazes fixed on him. He wanted to run away with all his legs, but he felt he couldn't. Something invisible was holding him back, preventing him from shamefully escaping. It was as if a high wall had appeared behind him, preventing him from getting up and running away from danger. You can't be a hero without Quirk, Deku. That day, it was as if something inside him disappeared. The doctor's words affected the boy's life forever. I don't think Izuku can have a quirk. His dream was shattered forever right now. He saw it in the doctor's compassionate look, in the way his mother hid her eyes all the way home. There was still so much he didn't understand, but he knew she was going to be much worse off than he was. He knew she would blame herself for everything that had happened. When they got home, Izuku retreated to her room and stared at the posters and plastic figures of the Almighty for quite a while. Then he let the tears flow. He cried in front of his idol. To become like the Almighty. A hero, without a single flaw, proud and strong. That's what he wanted to be. But was it possible to become a hero without having a quirk? Would he be able to take responsibility for the lives of others without having enough power? How can you protect other people if you can't protect yourself? That same day, in the afternoon, his mother hugged him tightly with tears in her eyes. Little Izuku understood why she was crying, but he could not support her in any way, as he was also very depressed. He just hugged her back. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. He woke up suddenly, as if from a nightmare. The bed creaked as she got up and looked at the time. Again. Am I having these dreams again? No, they're not dreams. They're memories. Izuku set the phone aside on the nightstand and settled on the edge of the bed. He had been dreaming of snippets of his own memories for years. Sometimes brand new, and sometimes from a distant childhood. He only dreamed of events in his life, but sometimes Izuku had the feeling that his subconscious was deliberately forcing him to remember unpleasant moments. He did not know why the memories began to haunt him at some point, but he put it down to worry and stress. He had to study hard and diligently. After all, he still wanted to get into UA. As absurd as it seemed, he still hadn't stopped dreaming. Although he had heard many times that he could not become a hero. Could it be that he was still dreaming a pipe dream? Trying to hide from the outside world in his childhood memories and unconsciously invoking them. Whatever it was, today would be a normal day at school. She would try, as always, not to attract the attention of the other students and teachers, so that she could spend the day quietly, and then go home quietly and take notes about the characters in her favorite notebook. He got out of bed and started to put on a t-shirt. Dishes rattled in the kitchen, the smell of something sweet wafting into the room. Izuku smiled involuntarily. He would always be a hero, at least to his mother. She deserved his protection more than anything. I'm used to these dreams by now, but this time they were different, as if they were clearer. And why was he dreaming these particular moments today? I hope Kacchan doesn't mind me being at school. I don't want to face him again. And those words from Mom are not what I wanted to hear. Why did you apologize? Why did you? Izuku quickly wrapped his head, pushing away unnecessary thoughts. The past was in the past. He had to move on. And yet, there was something unusual about it. He felt as if everything was about to change. Damn, I don't have much time left. Toshinori Yagi, better known as the Almighty, had been chasing a villain for over half an hour, which was unacceptable in his situation. He could not stay in his hero form for more than 3 hours a day, and this placed severe restrictions on his heroic activities. Most of the time, he tried to appear only where he was really needed. Strong villains are severe destruction that other heroes couldn't handle. Those situations were his priority. And as much as the hero wanted to get everywhere, he couldn't afford to lose that power now. Not when there was even the slightest chance that it would return. But how could he not react to the villain who robbed a store right in front of him? People needed him, which meant he couldn't stay away. The mud villain managed to sneak into the city sewer. And now the hero was forced to wander through long tunnels in search of the slightest clue. Looks like I'll have to leave it to the other heroes and the police. I can't help wasting my time here. Pathetic as it sounds. If I had more time, I'll call Tsukauchi and ask for help. The hero pulled his phone out of his worn green pants and found the detective's number, but before pressing the call button he felt the presence of someone nearby. What was it? What was that strange feeling? Is there someone here? The Almighty turned around at lightning speed, peering into the darkness of the tunnel. There, in the distance, was something calling to him. He could not explain the sensation that appeared, arose within him for barely a second. But now the hero knew unconsciously which was the right path. Something was showing him the way to his target, straight to the villain. I have no idea what it was, but we must hurry. I think I know the right way now. It was really. The hero rushed toward the criminal at full speed, contemplating how much time he had left in the day. The day at school went smoothly for the most part, aside from a couple of comments from the teacher. In class, Izuku was pondering his future and the meaning of his dreams, which is why the question slipped out. Bakugo and company ignored Midoriya for most of the day, and it wasn't until the end when Katsuki snatched his favorite hero notebook from Izuku's hands. Are you still with this nonsense, Deku? What an idiot. The blonde threw the notebook back on Izuku's desk and walked out of the classroom. Ever since they entered the same high school, the relationship between the former friends had been neutral. At least, it seemed that way to Midoriya. For the most part, Katsuki would just ignore the boy, sometimes even stopping friends who tried to bully Izuku. Of course, he was doing this because he thought the useless Deku didn't deserve attention, but Izuku wanted to believe that somewhere inside Bakugo still lived his old friend. Maybe he was naive and still believed in unsatisfactory things, but that was what made him himself. The trip home always took about 20 minutes, which Izuku spent filling in his notebook. Every day he learned more and more about new heroes and their quirks, so he couldn't stop his thirst for knowledge. There were too many unknowns in the world, so Midoriya tried to get as much information as possible. But today, for some reason, he decided to change his usual route and stroll through an area where heroes were often seen patrolling at such hours. He rarely went that way, but today he was sure he might see something unusual. Maybe he'd get to see a new hero who had just debuted. Maybe I might even get an autograph. Or see a pro in action. That would be cool. It's out of the ordinary. I'm sorry, kid. I think you have to be realistic. Midoriya still couldn't realize the situation he was in. Too much had happened in the last 20 minutes. After all, the boy was just coming home from a normal day at school. And now he was in front of his idol. The man he believed to be God. An unshakable pillar, a pillar of society. But why now did he wish this encounter had never happened? When the villain grabbed him under the bridge and began to squeeze his entire body, when the last of the air left his lungs, when he began to wheeze and cough from lack of oxygen. It was then that Izuku felt his helplessness so clearly for the first time. How was an ordinary man not endowed with powers going to be able to resist such a threat? He was more frightened than he had ever been in his life, but he knew he could not die here. Midoriya knew that his mother was waiting for him at home, that he still had a dream, that something more than a ridiculous death awaited him in some back alley. The Detroit strike. To be rescued by the peace symbol himself, and to have his autograph. Izuku had never dreamed of such a thing, and he was beginning to think that this could be the best day of his life. Something pushed him to grab hold of the hero's leg as he took off. As absurd as the act was, the boy couldn't let go of the Almighty now. After all, there was so much more he wanted to know. He realized how irresponsible and dangerous this act was. And yet, he could become a policeman or a doctor, so he would also help people. Then he saw the true form of hero number 1. The thin man was looking at him with sunken eyes. Without the famous smile, but still the best hero in the whole world. He was not disappointed when he saw the man in front of him. And then he asked him again the most important question of his life. Most likely he already knew the answer beforehand. I hope you understand me, young man. And now it is time for me to leave. The Almighty turned and left the roof, leaving Izuku alone. What did he expect? I knew the answer from the beginning, because I've heard it all my life. Why do I feel so bad now? Why does it hurt so much? If only I had a quirk. Rare tears ran down her face, falling on the concrete surface of the roof. The wind ruffled the lonely boy's tangled green hair. It seemed to him then that he was the only person left in the whole world, that no one would share this grief with him. He was disappointed, but despair had not yet taken hold of him. And then there was an explosion. And Izuku realized that there was someone waiting for him. It looked like he was calling for help. Without a second thought, he ran to help. How could he stand idly by while his friend suffered? It didn't matter what their relationship was, it didn't matter what the characters shouted as they passed by. He knew what he would do from the beginning, from the moment he saw Bakugo resist the villain. It was his choice and no one else's. He stepped into the scorcher of his own free will. Was he able to escape from the Almighty? Was it my fault? If only I hadn't interfered with him. The monster was distracted by the teenager's bag, and Izuku grabbed his friend's hand and pulled him out of the villain's body. How could I have missed it? How can I call myself a hero after this? Among the crowd of heroes and civilians, a thin, nondescript figure stood out. Everyone watched the villain and the two teenagers. While none of the heroes made a move, a boy jumped out of the crowd and ran to help. That's the same kid. What the hell is he doing? Why aren't the heroes doing anything? The kid is going to get himself killed. He tightened his shirt at the sight of his terrible wound. Hero number 1 lowered his eyes in shame. How dare you just stand there? Come on, move. People need your help. Why can't I just move? My time is already up. If I go outside it will be even shorter, but is that an excuse? The monster let go of one of the teenagers, pouncing on the other. The villain began sucking him into itself, trying to devour him. Izuku's desperate gaze went straight to the hero. What are you doing, fighting? And at that moment, the Almighty felt the rage surge in him, along with Quirk. He didn't know whose voice he had heard. Perhaps he had been forced to act, or perhaps someone in the crowd had shouted it out. It didn't matter. The hero dismissed all doubts and rushed forward. Toshinori could only stop and take a breath after he had detached himself from the reporters and fled through the narrow streets of the neighborhood. He had already exceeded the daily limit of energy use, but he did so without remorse. The Almighty had saved 2 teenagers from a villain and could only chide himself for his procrastination. He remembered again the feeling that had guided him through the tunnel and was now pushing him forward. Years of heroic experience had helped him to cope with such critical situations. Right after the rescue, the Almighty wanted to go to his agency to rest and recuperate. But still, something bothered him. That boy. Young Midoriya, I think I should talk to him. Maybe I've finally found the right person. You can be a hero. Izuku squeezed his shirt with all his might and fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face, but for the first time in a long time, they were tears of joy. He could not believe the reality of what was happening. After all the events of this crazy day, he had once again met the Almighty. And now the slender figure of hero number 1 stood before him and held out his hand. Illuminated by the setting sun, the Almighty did not look like a mere man. To the boy before him, he was the true God. All his life he had been told that he was useless, that he could not be a hero, he had been apologized to or laughed at. But he wanted to hear just a few words from someone. I will give you my power, will you accept to be my successor? Surely, this is my chance. Now I will be a hero. I will save people and defeat villains. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry I made you feel guilty. Now I'll make it up to you. I promise you'll be proud of me. Yes, I will inherit your power. The Almighty smiled warmly and helped the boy up. The answer without a single doubt. I didn't expect anything else from you, young man. Yes, now I understand. I have not followed the boy in vain. Now he has convinced me that I made the right decision. He will make a fine successor to One for All. He still has a long way to go, but now I'll be by his side. Wait a minute. How do I inherit your power? What followed was many months of training to strengthen Izuku's body. The Almighty spoke of the history of his quirk and how it grows stronger with each generation. Of course, the news that One for All could paralyze his body had alarmed Izuku. But now he couldn't back out. Not when he had the chance to fulfill his dream. All these months he had been training hard, striving, overcoming all odds. He felt something inside him, something that gave him the strength to keep going. The Almighty also supported the boy during his training. The hero saw with what enthusiasm Izuku was trying to become stronger. Sometimes he remembered his training with Gran Torino and his mentor. Toshinori remembered the responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders before he received the quirk. Therefore, he understood the boy's condition and wanted to ease his burden. After meeting Izuku, he found himself thinking about his past more and more often. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yagi-san. Thank you for taking care of my son. It means a lot to us. It's nothing. You've done a great job raising him. You can call me Inko. Inko. What? Inko. The woman noticed the confusion on the hero's face. Is something wrong? If you're uncomfortable. No, no. It's just that you remind me of someone. Nice to meet you too, Inko. That was the Almighty's first meeting with the mother of his successor. He visited her house several more times after that. When Inko learned that the Almighty himself would teach her son, she was very happy. Of course, she was worried when she learned the secret of the number one hero. But Toshinori managed to convince the woman that she would not let Izuku get hurt. After that, he would occasionally drop by her house for dinner. Toshinori soon found common ground with the woman, and the two seemed to enjoy each other's company. Before Izuku knew it, 10 months of training had passed quickly. During all that time he was so immersed in the process that the days passed unnoticed. And now he's standing on a huge pile of garbage with his hand up as a symbol that he hasn't given up on his dream. You have come a long way, my son. You have surpassed all my expectations and now your body is ready to inherit the quirk. Toshinori smiled and patted him on the head. I am very proud of you, Izuku Midoriya. Now, the hero plucked the longest hair out of his bangs. Eat this. I imagined it a little differently. After the not-so-pleasant procedure, Izuku hurried to UA's entrance exam. He didn't have much time left before the start, so he used the subway and traveled to the station closest to the academy. I'm still a little worried. I didn't feel anything weird when I ate my hair. What if One for All didn't want to transfer to me? Or my body wasn't ready yet? What if? The endless stream of thoughts was interrupted when he found himself in front of UAE's front door. That gate was more than just the entrance to the academy. It meant so much more to Izuku. He had come a long way, and this was where his new life would begin. Shit. I think I broke my arm. And my leg. The entrance exam was about to end when a giant robot emerged from the ground. All this time, Izuku had just been running around the testing ground and helping other students. When President Mike gave the order to start, Izuku tried to use Quirk. But he immediately remembered that he had no idea how to do it. The Almighty didn't have time to explain anything to him other than his way of activating the quirk. But it was too complicated and dangerous for a novice user. Still, Midoriya was not confused and decided to help the other members if they needed it. Even Izuku himself didn't understand why he kept his cool in this situation, because before he would have undoubtedly become nervous and anxious. For a moment, he remembered how the mud monster had tried to strangle him. He had thought a lot since then, why at that time he was sure that everything would end well. And now he had a similar feeling inside. And everything was going quite well, until the final boss appeared. Midoriya had no desire to fight him. And no doubt he would have preferred to run away like everyone else. But seeing the injured girl in the giant's path, Izuku did not allow himself to run away. At first he just wanted to push the contestant out of the robot's way and wait for her to finish the test, but something inside him changed. A terrifying image appeared before his eyes. He realized that he might not be able to get her out in time and inadvertently summoned One for All. After a tremendous impact against the car, he began to fall and lost consciousness. In a dark room, resembling a prison cell, a young, bent, blonde-haired man was whispering something unintelligible with only his lips, the words clashing against a thick wall of darkness. But his solitude in the room was visible only to an outside observer, whose eyes tried to hide from the figure hovering beside him. Faint green lightning flashed across his arm, the darkness around him vibrated and a new shadow appeared in the room. What's wrong? Where am I? He was in a dark abyss. His whole body was covered in black fog. He had no arms, no legs, not even a mouth. He couldn't scream or move. Blurred figures of people levitated in front of him. They had no body, only a blurred outline marked their presence, but Izuku could still feel the power emanating from them. It did not inspire fear, it only showed superiority. This is One for All. Something moved between the figures, and the closest image extended something that looked like a hand towards Izuku. A din began to grow around them, as if hundreds of voices had merged into one, but sounding somewhere in the distance. And in the midst of this endless noise, another voice appeared. It sounded right inside Midoriya's head. The young man could not understand everything that was being said to him, but he clearly heard the last words. Never forget. For a moment, Izuku thought he recognized the voice. But immediately everything went silent. The shadows in front of him disappeared, and he began to fall into darkness. Chapter 2, From One to Another. The thick concrete wall broke into pieces due to the heroine's powerful blow. Remnants of buildings and slabs were shattered like paper by the shock wave. The place that had once been a huge shopping mall now looked like an inferno. Hundreds of wounded civilians and heroes, burning buildings and colossal destruction. She could see the fear and despair in the eyes of the people who looked at her like a demon. And she could not deny it, for she was partly responsible for all the destruction. The hero's job is to protect civilians from danger, but at such a terrible time, anything can go wrong. The villain appeared right in the middle of a crowded neighborhood and began destroying everything in his path. By the time he got there, hundreds of people were already dead from the monster's terrifying quirk. Any hero would blame himself if he hadn't saved at least one, but she realized more than anyone else that without sacrifice there was no way to win. Outdoing herself, she had single-handedly defeated the villain, who now rested somewhere under the rubble. However, she could not bear to see the children desperately calling for their parents amidst the devastation. She knew their lives had been ruined forever. And that guilt would haunt her until the day she died. Heroes, doctors and policemen would arrive at the scene of the battle, but she dared not move. At that moment, she wanted to share her guilt with someone. She had always been strong, because heroes should not show weakness. However, she was first and foremost an ordinary person. Sorahiko, Toshinori. I'm sorry. She was beginning to notice that lately she was thinking more and more about her husband and son. Being a heroine was taking up too much of her energy and time, so the pain of losing her family was drowned out. Perhaps unconsciously she did not want to torment her wounded heart and found an outlet in her vocation. The situation in the country was too tense and the time had finally come when he could no longer postpone his mission. Perhaps unconsciously he felt that the allotted time was coming to an end. And the memories of his family prevented him from forgetting the price he had paid for peace. Is everything all right, master? He looked at his successor and smiled involuntarily. Of course, I still have them, don't I? But after the relief, she felt even heavier. She could imagine how hard it would be for him to lose her. How many times have I told you, Toshi? I have nothing more to show you, so call me by my name. She realized that the next battle would be her last. As it would be for every power user before her. Fighting the living embodiment of evil was an impossible task. However, she realized that she had accomplished her mission. For a brief but intense and hard time, she had developed the quirk. And now he had passed it on, and somehow he had no doubt that he would succeed. This inexperienced young man has an impressive future ahead of him. And yet, there is something troubling you, Profe. Nana. Of course he was worried about a lot of things now, but he didn't want to put any more weight on the young man's shoulders. She already had plenty of horrors to go through. After all, she had condemned him to it when she had given him the one for all. Still, she was sure Sorahiko would help him along the way, just as he had helped her. No matter, boy. She mentally went back to the last few months of her life, reviewing all the events. He still had so many unfulfilled promises, so many regrets. But soon she would have to fight one for all. And for a moment an eerie image appeared before her, but a strange calm came over her mind. She looked up wearily into the glow of dusk over the city. Her white cloak billowed frantically in the wind, as if she sensed a threat approaching. Remember, Toshinori. He's being as reckless as you. Izuku was now in Yue's medical department, being attended to by Healing Girl. Strange as it was, the teenager was glad to be here. It wasn't every day that one could see the legendary heroine in action. However, the reason she was here was not the most pleasant. The Almighty was standing by Izuku's bedside, trying to apologize to him and the healing heroine since he had arrived. The hero felt guilty that the boy had broken his arm and leg. Especially after he had made a promise to his mother. Forgive me, my son. Delivering one for all to you so late was an oversight on my part. As the young heroine went on about the boy's foolish act and his master's equally foolish behavior, the hero himself reflected further on his action. Toshinori truly regretted not having had the time to teach Izuku even the slightest principles about the use of quirk. All this time he had thought it was enough to have the right body for quirk, but he had overlooked the most important thing. He was a year older when he received the one for all. And the quirk itself was less powerful. So sending the kid to the exam without any training was a really stupid idea. Still, I don't understand why I didn't realize it sooner. Somehow, I was completely sure that the training program was correct, but I hadn't included the test of the quirk itself. Most likely, I remembered the time when I did the one for all myself. I didn't have time for tests and trials then, but I do now. As soon as you are fully recovered, I will try to teach you the basics of using the power. In the meantime, you can rest and wait for the test results. However, I trust you, my boy. A few hours later, Midoriya left the medical room, promising Healing Girl to return as soon as possible. She walked slowly down the huge hallway of the academy, where there was now no one but the staff. The surrounding silence was soothing and gave a complete sense of solitude in that colossal building. As much as I would like the Almighty to blame me for what happened, the fact that I don't know how to use quirk at all is true. I finally have the power with which to become a hero, but I can't let my body suffer forever. But I'm sure that, with the help of the Almighty, I will find a way to control it and move on. Oh, it's you. Izuku looked up and saw the same girl he had saved from the robot. The healing girl told him that she had been the one who had caught Izuku as he fell unconscious to the ground. Midoriya didn't quite understand how she had saved him, but promised to find out and thank her the first time they met. You saved me from that giant. I wanted to thank you, but I didn't know if I'd get the chance. How fortunate that we met. The girl held out her hand with a smile. I'm Ochako Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. A feeling of warmth swept through his chest as he looked at the girl and the hand she held out to him. He didn't even have time to be embarrassed by her words, for he had little experience with people. All his life his classmates had only laughed at him or ignored him, but now he realized that he was no longer the same person as before. Izuku smiled and held out his hand in return. Midoriya Izuku, take care of me, Uraraka. It had been a few weeks since the new Class 1A had begun training at UA Academy. The training of a new generation of heroes to take the place of the current one had begun. In accordance with the joint plan of the Hero Commission and hero training institutions across the country, the time has come to create a firm foothold for society in the form of multiple teams in which the new heroes will work cohesively, reporting directly to the government. The era of the one-man peace symbol was coming to an end. And, to be sure of preserving the position formed, the leaders of the Hero Commission developed a program called Signum. According to it, all further activities of heroes will be more strictly controlled by the state. All forces will be aimed at creating hero units capable of repelling any threat. Since it is impossible to change the current system in a short time, the Signum program has just begun, but the education of a new generation of heroes capable of uniting and defending society has already begun. In his relatively short stay at the academy, Midoriya was able to meet many people. Both students and professional heroes. Despite his limited social experience in the past, Izuku had become close friends with some of his classmates and could now say with full confidence that he had friends. After trying out the quirks on the first day of class, Izuku realized that he still had a long way to go to master one for all. He did not use the quirk in tests such as running or jumping. Long training with the Almighty had given Midoriya excellent physical form. Still, the boy had to use strength to prove to himself and his master that he would not be a liability. Redirecting the one for all toward a finger, he sent the ball far beyond the testing range. Despite the pain, Izuku clenched his fist tightly and looked at his master with determination. He was now certain that he would master the power he had received from the Almighty. He would not let his idol down. This boy. Eraserhead watched his new students closely, trying to see their strengths and weaknesses at a glance. His many years of experience allowed him to instantly identify problem students so he could keep an eye on them and set them on the right path. This generation promised to be incredible, and Aizawa wanted to make sure his students did not lose their potential. In 2 days, you will attend your first training session outside the academy. You will simulate various types of disasters and catastrophes, and practice rescuing people in emergency situations. You will be accompanied by several teachers, including myself. As you may have guessed, we will be traveling to the fake disaster and catastrophe zone. Aizawa raised his eyes, reddened with fatigue, to his students, who were transfixed with anticipation. From their faces, the professor could tell that they were all looking forward to this trip. Some to practice their skills during catastrophes and others to improve their ability to survive in difficult conditions. Eraserhead looked away from Uraraka, who was waving her hands impatiently and looking at Midoriya. She was clearly excited about the trip and the opportunity to see her favorite hero, while Izuku was still embarrassed by so much attention from his friend. And someone to release his excess energy and show everyone his power. Bakugo, ready to rush to the scene right now, smiled into his palms. I'm just asking you to take it seriously. The whole area of the academy was not limited to just the main building. There were many technical buildings, training grounds and testing grounds everywhere. Izuku met his mentor in one of them when all the classes were over. He had to say goodbye to Uraraka and Iida and go to the training camp that Director Nezu had assigned to them at the request of the Almighty. He was one of the few who knew the secret of the hero and his quirk. Therefore, he was extremely interested in the hero's #1 successor and tried to help Midoriya master the power. Honestly, I had no such problems when I received the one for all from my master. The Almighty circled the training field with his eyes and paused before the concrete mannequins created to test the power. For a moment he was immersed in reminiscence, but immediately remembered his successor waiting for him to continue his words. Try not to think about it, boy. I'll try to help you as much as I can, even though I'm not very good at individual instruction. You're not. You're very good. Both as a hero and as a teacher. More accurately, I meant. Toshinori laughed and patted the boy on the shoulder. The hero knew that Izuku had been a big fan of heroes since he was a kid, so he kept worrying every time he met one of Yue's teachers live. And despite the time they had spent together, Izuku still treated the Almighty with special reverence. Thank you, young Midoriya. The pain throughout his body prevented him from thinking freely, but his rage overrode all emotions and even the terrible pain of his wounds. He was standing on the rubble of what a few hours ago had been a residential neighborhood. The first rays of the sun were breaking through the clouds on the horizon. But this dawn would not bring the desired calm and peace, because the main battle had just begun. He spat blood from his mouth and looked into the distance. The unfolding image was imprinted in the hero's blue eyes. This vision would accompany him for the rest of his life. There, in the distance, among the ruined buildings and mangled bodies, was he. Not a man, but a real demon, who had destroyed an entire neighborhood in a single attack, burying hundreds of innocents under the rubble. I will avenge you for everything, monster. I will avenge my master. His red and blue suit now looked like dirty scraps of cloth, his face no longer wore a smile. The symbol of peace raised his hand and invoked one for all. Power poured over his body, bringing with it familiar sensations. She could never explain them, but she had heard her master speak of the Quirk's extraordinary will. She had led everyone down that path, gaining experience over the years and passing it on. And now it was her turn to fight the greatest evil of all. You will lose, all for one. Izuku rose abruptly from the bed, clutching his head with trembling hands. He stared at one point for a few seconds, then ran his hand over his cold face. After a while, his heartbeat returned to normal. The boy calmed down and swung his legs off the bed. Midoriya looked up at the wall, where hung a poster of the Almighty illuminated by moonlight. What did I just see? Get off the bus slowly. Try not to get in the way and wait for me at the entrance. Eraserhead dropped the students off in the parking lot in front of the disaster simulation zone as he made his way quietly into the building. All of the students in Class 1A had spent the last 2 days languishing in anticipation of this trip. For some it was another training session, and for others it was a real test. While Iida and Yaoyorozu organized the training of their classmates, Izuku, along with Uraraka, stood outside the bus and watched with a smile as his friend made those strange hand movements. Iida was the oldest in the class, but sometimes he acted a bit too proper. However, that was what made him himself. Stop yelling, pointy head. Bakugo started arguing again and proving that he wouldn't obey stupid orders, while Kirishima and Kaminari watched from the sidelines and laughed at another confrontation between Bakugo and the boss. How manly. Keep it up, Bakugo. A few minutes later, Aizawa returned with the space heroine, whose appearance immediately cheered Uraraka up. Hey, Deku, look. It's 13. All the students crowded around the two professional heroes awaiting their words and the start of the training proper. Eraserhead waited for the excitement among the students to die down and gave the floor to his colleague. Good afternoon, students. As you know, today we will test you in one of the areas. The area of fake disasters and catastrophes is divided into several parts, in each of which you will test your strength. And before you start, the heroine probably looked around at all the students, which was not visible due to the disguise, and began to speak again. You must remember that the quirk can act as a weapon. And if you ever have to use them against other people, you must be fully aware of the responsibility that will fall on your shoulders. For a few seconds, the students looked at their teachers in silence, realizing what they had heard. I hope you understand me. All further instructions will be given to you by Eraserhead. Now let's go inside. I don't know why I had that dream, but it will help me win. Izuku concentrated on his quirk sense and tried to channel powers into his left arm. Red streaks began to spread across his body, but they only glowed brighter in one spot. Green sparks jumped near his hand as Izuku assumed a combat stance. He remembered the sensations after that dream. He remembered the Almighty shouting a quirk in a fit of excitement and tried to repeat it now. His training had not even been able to begin when the villains began to emerge from the purple space gate. As Eraserhead fought off the approaching enemies, all the students were blasted into the air. Izuku found himself aboard a small yacht along with Tsuyu and Mineta in the water area. When the villains started attacking them from the water, Izuku had no choice but to use a quirk. How dare they attack normal students? The power of the One for All concentrated in his hand and was released a second later in Izuku's fist. A violent rush of wind swept all the villains away and pushed their boat towards the shore. He felt the pain, but checked that he hadn't broken his arm. This time the blow wasn't as powerful. I managed to reduce the percentage of One for All's power. But that still doesn't solve anything. The remaining villains in the formation began to come out from under the water and chase after the students. After Tsuyu and Mineta jointly repelled several attacks, Midoriya again used Quirk to push the boat towards the shore. This time the shockwave was even smaller, but it still pushed the last of the villains. Quickly, the trio headed for the center, where their master was still fighting. We don't know the number of villains or their strength. The strongest ones may be concentrated in the center, so hide somewhere or try to find the others. Izuku stopped in front of his companions, who were trying to catch their breath after a long run. Tsuyu looked around and asked with uncharacteristic anxiety, "What are you going to do, Midoriya?" "I will try to explore the situation at the center and help the teacher." "Yes. That's impossible. You said yourself that the enemy will be much stronger there." Mineta stared in horror at the place they had just escaped from. Although they had escaped a terrible fate, he couldn't help but fear for himself and the other students. "Yes, but Mineta is right, Midoriya. You shouldn't go there alone." Hero number 1 was once again breaking his daily limit, literally flying around the city. As soon as he returned to the academy, there was a report of an attack. And while the other employees were calling the police, he had already gone straight there. Toshinori ran across the rooftops as fast as he could and still feared he wouldn't make it. His mouth was bleeding again from the effort and the wind was hitting him in the face, but he couldn't afford to stop. His strength was sapped, but he felt that something more terrible awaited him. "Please hold on a little longer. Izuku, my son, I'm sorry for preparing you so badly." "Stop." He watched as the terrifying monster literally trampled his master to the concrete floor. He saw his head about to split open under the villain's foot. Finally, a pool of blood spilled under the professional hero, with the ugly creature with a beak instead of a mouth towering over him. When the trio reached the main square, Eraserhead was still fighting the crowd of villains, obliterating their quirks and scattering them with his scarf. Things were going quite well, and the students were about to leave in search of their friends. But then a man with many hands near his head gave an order. And the huge creature knocked the professional hero to the ground in a second. As Tsuyu and Mineta looked on in horror at the beating meted out to their master, Izuku quickly began to devise a plan. "I can't stand still much longer. If nothing is done now, Eraserhead could die. I have to act right now." Izuku jumped out from behind his cover just as the monster unloaded another blow on the man. One for All filled him with power and Midoriya prepared to jump. "Stay where you are." Before he could take a step, he collapsed flat on his face. The red stripes disappeared from his body and the quirk was extinguished. "What's wrong, Midoriya?" Whose voice was that? Who had said that? Why had the One for All stopped working? She lifted her head and looked forward with misty eyes. Eraserhead was still lying where he had been, but the monster on top of him had disappeared. Izuku heard a shriek behind him and turned quickly. The creature that had turned the professional hero into a bloody mess towered over the three students. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" The man with his hands over his face slowly approached their hiding place. Izuku could see his annoyed look from underneath the creepy mask. It was looking straight at him and kept rubbing his neck the whole way. "If that monster takes a single step, we're finished. What do we do? Come on, think. Did you like the show, young heroes?" Izuku heard the sneer in his voice and saw the intimidating smile even behind his hand. The villain stopped a few feet away from the three students and held out his arms. "It doesn't really matter, I'll kill you all until I get there." "I'm not sure, but apparently the monster obeys his orders. If so, we can try to attack, but that portal guy is still around. Besides, I don't know the villain's quirks. But if I wait one more second, he'll kill us for real. We must act." Izuku aimed One for All at his feet and bounced off the ground at high speed. Green sparks began to dance near his hand as he aimed with full power there. Right now, he could see the villain's eyes widen under his mask, could feel his arm about to explode from the strain. And at that moment, a rage awakened inside Izuku. "I don't care what happens to him, I'll save them all." A shockwave ripped through the entire building, raising everything in its path. Broken glass fell from the roof and a crater formed around Midoriya. After the wind disappeared, Izuku opened his eyes to find a huge monster in front of him, which had retreated and covered the villains with itself. He immediately grabbed the student by the arm and threw him right under his teacher's feet. "Wow, you're brave. Well, so be it. I'll kill you last. And before I do, you'll see your friends suffer. My head is foggy. I can't move. Nomu, kill them. Come on, get up. Now, move." As the seconds ticked by in reality, for him time dragged on in long, agonizing moments. He saw the creature approach Sui and Mineta, who were cowering in fear. He watched as it reached out its hand towards them with the intention of crushing these insignificant teenagers compared to the monster. Something unknown pushed Izuku from inside. He lay there with his hand outstretched towards his companions as the familiar red stripes began to spread up his arm. "I won't leave you." Faded green rays surrounded his entire body as the monster lay mere inches away from the students. Long black excrescences sprouted from Izuku's arm, pulling the teens away from danger. The wall they had been hiding behind shattered under Nomu's hand. At the same time, the huge figure of the Almighty appeared at the top of the stairs leading to the battle site. "Forgive me, Inko. I have not fulfilled my promise." Toshinori bowed to the mother of his successor, who now rested in her room. After the arrival of the Almighty, other heroes also arrived. Most of the villains involved in the attack were arrested. Nomu was defeated by the Almighty and was also taken into custody. However, the person who was leading the villains managed to escape with the help of the teleportation gates. The police were ascertaining the identity and whereabouts of the attacker. Midoriya Izuku was among the injured, but he had no life-threatening injuries and was sent home after a brief examination. "Don't worry, Toshinori. I'm sure you did everything you could for Izuku. I can't blame you." Aside from the mere fact of the villain's attack, the Almighty couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else behind it. He remembered that uneasy feeling that had heralded trouble many times before. For some reason, it was now that Toshinori remembered that conversation with his mentor. Perhaps it was that same anxiety, or perhaps. He looked at Inko and sketched a fake smile. He watched Nana's thoughtful face and followed her gaze, but saw nothing but skyscraper rooftops. "Remember, Toshinori. You must protect Inko." He averted his gaze to her again, but Nana averted her face, without showing it. "Inko. Who is she?" Chapter 3. 7. In a few years, when she herself has found a successor to the quirk, she will be able to understand her master's act. Understand it, but not agree with it. And yet, looking at it from the point of view of the past years, the heroine realized what a terrible fate awaited all those who would accept this power. Just as her teacher had to deny her humanity for the sake of the future, she would have to do the same. Her fate was sealed from the beginning. But the memories of that day had been a nightmare for a long time, because for 17-year-old Nana Shimura, it had been one of the worst days of her life. She vividly remembered the screams of the people on that rainy day. The explosions, the groans, the endless pleas for help, their smiles and running away. Yes, he was running, following his master. They were saving their lives, sacrificing the lives of ordinary people. We must save them. She remembered the desperation on her mentor's face, but at the same time there was an unprecedented determination in her eyes. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the future. At the cost of hundreds of people's lives, she was giving the future to the whole country, to the whole world. However, at that moment, the young, inexperienced heroine, a graduate of the academy, could not accept such a fate. "Forgive me, Nana." She saw more and more explosions, saw the debris of buildings falling on people. But her mentor kept tugging at her arm, trying to pull her out of this hell. Finally, she saw him in the middle of the ruins. "We have to escape today. It's for your future. No, the future of everyone in this country. Forgive me, Nana. The main goal of One for All is to defeat All for One." How could she run away from him? This is the moment that previous holders have given their lives for. This power had been passed from person to person in the hope that one day it would help defeat its creator. But they ran away from it because they realized that now they could not face this monster. That's why they had to go into hiding. To give those who came after them a chance. He only caught a glimpse of a yellow blur before the demon was thrown against the nearest wall. Even with his flight and the one-for-all upgrade, he couldn't get close to the lair of another criminal gang. One of the criminals had a powerful quirk that allowed him to create powerful and selective shockwaves. No matter how much Nana tried to get close enough to strike, another wave would immediately knock her back. But the villain was overconfident and didn't realize that another hero was approaching, so he received several fractures and a concussion. You haven't lost your touch, Sorahiko. And you still feel like going on your own. How many times have I told you to wait for reinforcements? He knew his friend was right. It was too stupid to rush into battle, but there were too many criminal gangs lately. They used to fear the heroes, they used to fear All for One, but now that the whole system was about to collapse and Japan's main villain had disappeared, all the petty criminals and not-so-powerful groups had decided to let themselves be seen again. Nana had been chasing the Red Dragons for weeks, and finally managed to locate their main hideout. However, only a small group remained, led by the villain himself who was knocked out by Gran Torino. After the other heroes and the police arrived on the scene, the pair of heroes set out on their way back to the city. Nana could barely keep up with Sorahiko as he sped toward one of the skyscrapers. They often spent their afternoons on the rooftop of one of the skyscrapers, relaxing after a day of chasing and fighting. Nana treasured these moments, as her partner remained almost the only close person in her life. She realized that someday this time of relative peace would come to an end, but she still believed in a better future. When they landed on the roof of the building, Gran Torino removed his mask and sighed heavily as he looked at the heroine. You're jumping the gun, Nana. He could come back at any moment and bring an army. Are you sure you're ready to face him now? You know me, Sora. I don't like to make elaborate long-term plans. I'm just a soldier. She didn't even have to turn around to see the disgust on his face. She had always hated the hero system and the way Nana constantly threw herself into the fight for her. Stop it, Nana. I've told you that you're not a soldier. We're not at war now. The hero wrinkled his nose, remembering his own words about All for One. Anyway, did you find at least one successor to the quirk? He gazed absently at the city, perfectly visible from the heights. She knew that someday she would have to make that decision. Like everyone before her, it would condemn someone to eternal battles and constant fear for their life. And the lives of those closest to her. I have someone in mind. No, I can't. I don't want to. Her husband was killed in an office block bombing. She knew it was no accident. Before his disappearance, All for One had made it clear that Nana would never be able to live as a normal person. She didn't have time to say a proper goodbye to her husband, because the next victim could be her son. As much as she blamed herself for her husband's death, Nana could not sit still. She did not cry at the ceremony because she had no tears left. I can't go on like this. I'll take Kotaro and run away. Yes, I'll run abroad. I'll make sure even he can't find him. I can't lose him too. At that moment, Nana was really ready to give up everything. Her friends, her dream, her purpose. The very thought of fighting that demon made her tremble with fear. She could no longer live with the loss. She no longer wanted to watch her loved ones die, unable to do anything about it. But would she really act like her? Run away and let other people suffer? But I can't take it anymore. She landed at an abandoned construction site, not far from her apartment, where her son was now waiting for her. Nana leaned against the brick wall and slowly slid down. Why have I been made to suffer so much? Is there really an end for all of us, as her mentor said? No, I don't want to. If he hadn't given me this quirk, I'll just run away. Forgive me. He staggered up from the cold floor. And at the moment when despair had almost completely taken over the heroine, she felt a familiar sensation. He had always felt it when he used the One for All. An unpleasant tingling in her fingers distracted her from her thoughts about her son. Your battle is not over, keep fighting. What? That voice. She had heard it before. Immediately a strange calm came over her mind. The heroine stared blankly at the frowning sky. Yes, I can't run away. Forgive me, Kotaro. Forgive me for being a bad mother. I promise I'll make it up to you. It's all for the sake of our future. Nana stood firmly on her feet and looked at the sky already with determination. She could not imagine now that a few minutes ago she would have wanted to drop everything and run away. It seemed ridiculous and impossible. She knew her purpose. A few days later, she saw her son being taken away with his new family. She could not look him in the eye after such an act and simply wrote a farewell letter. It hurt, but she realized it was for the best. All for One would not be able to find her son, who would still have a chance to live a quiet life. Nana brushed away her tears and looked for the last time at the house where she had lived with her husband and son. She would never go back there again. I'm sorry, Kotaro. I'm sorry. With an effort, Nana took off her yellow boots and threw them to the far corner of the room. The rest of her costume, along with her white cape, rested nearby on a small armchair. The heroine had returned home after another hard day. More and more villains were terrorizing society, forcing the few heroes to work themselves to exhaustion. There were only a few hours left before she would be back patrolling the streets. Nana quickly got ready for bed, walked over to a low table and stood in front of the mirror. Slowly brushing her long hair, the heroine tried to forget about her immediate problems. At least for a few hours. In an instant, she felt her whole body freeze. Nana shuddered as lightning flashed across her arm. She recognized the One for All activation unmistakably, but she couldn't move. She looked back and, after a few seconds, turned to the mirror. Nana saw the reflection of his wide-eyed face. Who are you? She had been watching Yue's class for months in hopes of finding the right person for Quirk, but she had never been able to pick out any of the third-year students. There were both students with powerful quirks and very capable trainees who had already worked with professionals. Still, Nana was looking for more than just strength or experience. Something told her that the time had not yet come and the heroine was still holding the sacred torch. One ordinary winter morning, Nana was patrolling the city as usual when she noticed the lone figure of a boy in a park near the river. Something sparked inside her and tugged at her. Nana recognized the feeling and it made her even more frightened and anxious. I want to be a symbol. Society is missing a pillar, and I am willing to become one. I didn't have a quirk, I didn't stand out in anything. There seemed to be many more hopeful young heroes around, but unconsciously Nana had already made her choice. Maybe it was One for All or that voice, she didn't know. The heroine was simply following her heart and her quirk's will. Toshinori Yagi, huh? And you're funny. I knew I was condemning another human being to suffering, but I could do nothing else. One for All is a sacred power that is passed from person to person. A story started by two brothers. Anyone who inherits this power is doomed to fight a villain. 6 months later, One for All was passed on to the next generation. Before entering UA, Toshinori Yagi trained with Nana and Gran Torino, preparing for the main battle. But his turn had not yet come. Nana realized long ago that only future wielders would be able to defeat All for One. Like all those before her, the heroine had resigned herself to her task of passing on the quirk until it was strong enough. As much as she wanted to break the cycle, she could not devalue the lives of those who had fought before her. Still, she carries the burden proudly and wishes her apprentice could end the endless suffering. You must die. Nana stood in the pouring rain hiding her tears. She wanted to be strong, but she couldn't stop sobbing after all she had learned. The heroine clutched her head so as not to hear those words again. All her life she had followed the will of a quirk. She thought the One for All was leading her down that path. And if that was what it took for the sake of the future, Nana had dismissed it all without complaint. But right now, she didn't want to hear that voice, didn't want to feel that familiar tingle in her chest. She didn't want to face it. Or have you forgotten what this is all about? This is revenge for your family. No, shut up. Why are you saying all this? Stop it. She could not resist the will of this force. She had always followed the light given off by the torch. She followed it and believed she had done the right thing. Nana had never regretted taking One for All. But why now? All this for Toshinori. All. For him. Was it really true? Nana remembered how she felt after her mentor's death. All the pain of her loss suddenly came flooding back to her. Unable to bear the flood of memories, she fell to her knees and cried out with the pain shooting through her head. I did everything you told me to do. I gave up my family, my humanity. I gave him the quirk. I did the right thing. Are you happy now? The answer was complete silence, broken only by the sound of the rain. I didn't know who I was talking to anymore. Maybe there were no voices. Maybe he was preparing for the inevitable. This horrible story. Yes, he realized what he had been doing all his life. All these years she had fought for the happy lives of others, but she was not destined to live happily ever after. The duty of a hero is to sacrifice for others. There can be no happy ending. Maestro. She herself pushed them away at the decisive moment because she knew what she had to do. Gran Torino flew away in tears, taking young Toshinori Yagi with him. Nana knew it was their last encounter, but she never found the strength to say goodbye in advance. She had come to this battle knowing in advance the outcome. And as much as she wanted to spend more time with her successor to pass on more experience, Nana knew she had to die here. The heroine couldn't even imagine what the previous owners of One for All had experienced when they came face to face with him. Wow, this was the useless Nana Shimura. She still didn't understand how such a person could exist in this world. No, she was never human. She stared at the disappearing heroes, remembering how she had fled without further ado when All for One had attacked her mentor. She wanted the future symbol of peace to remember her as strong. You're next. Toshinori could no longer hear her words, could no longer see the expression on her face, could no longer discover her deception. Nana Shimura was afraid of dying, but she never showed it to her successor. In his eyes, she wanted to remain fearless, stopping at nothing. Perhaps it was selfish, but she could no longer choose another path. Thank you for this wonderful performance. Red lightning twisted near All for One's hand as he activated his homicidal quirks. She saw his disdainful gaze and his unchanging smile that reeked of terror. Right now, she could only regret seeing him in front of her in the last seconds of her life. No, I don't want to. The shockwave traveled several kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion. Later, the news would announce the death of professional heroine Nana Shimura, but her body would never be found. Most likely, there was nothing left of her. A grief-stricken Toshinori Yagi will travel abroad to train and become stronger. On that day, he will make a promise that he will destroy All for One. Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated on activating his new quirk. He imagined extending his hand towards the training dummy a few meters away. Red streaks spread across his body and, along with the green lightning, small black excrescences began to writhe. Mentally clenching his hand, he signaled Quirk and the black whip burst from his hand, enveloping the dummy. The Almighty rarely left the boy alone during training, especially after the story of the strange dreams and the manifestation of the new quirk, but since the preparations for the sports festival took a long time, Izuku practiced alone on the training field. The night after the incident in the disaster simulation zone, Midoriya again had a strange dream. More specifically, he fell back into something akin to space. A dark abyss and mysterious human figures. She still could not recognize their faces, but this time she could clearly hear a voice. It was telling him about the black whip and that, after a while, he would also have access to the other quirks. Izuku had not yet fully assimilated this information. The very idea of him obtaining multiple quirks sounded simply absurd. But even stranger were the visions themselves. Whose voice was that? Who was appearing to him in his dreams? After talking to his mentor, Midoriya came to the conclusion that it was the One for All that was causing these strange phenomena. But there were still too many unknowns that were partly troubling the boy. And the approaching sports festival worried him even more. Above all, Izuku hoped that all those strange things that had been happening to him lately would not prevent him from performing with dignity in the competition. He promised the Almighty that he would make himself known to the whole country. Toshinori lowered several cardboard boxes to the floor and sighed in relief. His crippled body was an inconvenience, but the hero accepted it as revenge for what he had done in the past. Yes, there were too many sins in his past. He slumped back in his chair with a sigh and covered his eyes. There was too much commotion before the sports festival began, but the Almighty had accepted his role as master. Although he once thought it would be easier to fight a couple of villains than to sign papers and prepare material for class. Lately, Toshinori was worried about his student's condition, as all those strange things were undoubtedly affecting the boy. Although the Almighty was still unsure of his hunches, perhaps he had already realized the true nature of his successor's visions. After all, he himself had had strange dreams and had sometimes heard someone's voice during battle. Toshinori remembered his mentor telling him about Quirk and his strange influence on people, but he had never paid much attention to it. When she had inherited One for All, her only goal had been to defeat the villain who had brought so much suffering to this world. However, Izuku said he had seen a dream in which he fought a villain. And from the description, it was certainly similar to my fight with him. But why did he see it? Is One for All really capable of such a thing? And if true, what else could he see? What if it had something to do with the mentor's strange behavior? The Almighty opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock. His little break was coming to an end. For some reason, he was dreading being here right now. Maybe because Izuku already had a definite impression of this place. An endless black abyss, there was no up or down, no light, but he could still make out the figures of the people in front of him. And this time something was different. The distant shadows were still blurry, but one of them stood out. He could see how the figure gradually took on human form. At first there was only something remotely resembling a body, but with each passing second it began to look more and more like a person. And finally he saw a man in front of him. He was slightly thin, and his long white hair almost covered his face. The man watched Midoriya intently for a few seconds, as if trying to see something. He slowly raised his hand and extended it towards Izuku. "So you can see us now." His voice was calm and reassuring, but at the same time there was something rough about it. The man seemed more mysterious than intimidating. "We don't have much time." His eyes were still darkened, but Izuku could feel the gaze directed behind him. The figures behind the man flickered different colors and began to take on human features. "You can call me the first, that will do. We have long wanted to talk to you, Midoriya Izuku." Chapter 4. Aspiration. Yuri Nakamura inherited the One for All at the age of 18 and became the sixth wielder of the power. After the All for One found and killed her brother, the heroine vowed to end the villain's decades-long tyranny. But with each passing year, Yuri realized why none of the previous wielders had been able to defeat such a formidable foe. And it wasn't even because of the colossal difference in strength or experience. In his long life, All for One had gathered many quirks and an army of followers, but each of the One for All wielders had tried to overthrow everything he had created. But the secret was that each new person who received a quirk from his predecessor also inherited a part of the will of the previous users. Their aspirations and thoughts, fears and experiences. All that was accumulated and passed on. And after living with the quirk for many years, Yuri realized that she was not destined to break that chain of suffering. "Nana Shimura, are you ready to assume this power?" She herself did not know why she had chosen that young and unintelligent girl. Perhaps it was because she saw in her eyes the same gleam she had once had in her own. Nana was a capable girl, with the right quirk for a hero. There was also something about her that immediately caught Nakamura's attention. She saw a determination that she herself lacked. "We are all destined for the same fate, Nana. But I want to believe that you can make a difference in this endless cycle." She really wanted to believe, but the feeling that she was fooling herself and herself wouldn't leave her. All her life, Yuri had been running from battle. Maybe it was because she was afraid, or maybe she wanted to gain more strength, believing she could still fight All for One. And yet, when the time came, it was too soon. She was running away again. "You have to save Nana." All for One came for them right during the rescue mission. A few weeks later, Yuri was about to deliver Quirk to Nana, but the enemy caught up with them faster. She sensed it was getting closer and sought the determination to put up a fight. But at the last moment, she was once again only able to run away. And that voice. She could not disobey it. "We must save them." It was the second time she had seen him in her life, but it was enough to realize how dangerous that man was. She would have liked to have been afraid, but she had long since killed all her emotions. Another explosion shook the air, destroying the buildings around them. Yuri saw debris flying in all directions, saw the death of all those innocent people. They were crushed alive, just because they were here at the wrong time. I am sorry, Nana. He saw Nana's pain. Helplessness is the worst. When you see this hell in front of you and you can't do anything about it. Yuri blamed herself for being inconsiderate, for not having passed on the quirk yet, for having spent too little time training Nana. Still, she had to make this decision without remorse. Run, Nana. But that day had finally come. A month after her escape, All for One came after her again, but this time Yuri was sure she wouldn't run away. She had passed the quirk, but she could still feel One for All urging her to fight. This was the time when there was nowhere to run. Throughout this month, she had prepared Nana for the fact that she would soon have to continue her heroic efforts alone. Shimura was strong and took the news in stride. At least it seemed that way to Yuri. She had never been strong on relationships between people, let alone someone's inner feelings. Even if there was something bothering her student inside, Yuri still believed that it would only make her stronger. Look at this. Like rats on a sinking ship. Only in the face of impending doom did she begin to realize that she simply didn't want to take on even more responsibility. How can you support someone when you're not sure of anything? And why am I thinking about this now? All for One raised his hand and hundreds of metal spears flew towards the heroine. Another stolen quirk was being used to kill. Where is the voice that has been guiding me all this time? A yellow lightning bolt flashed around her body and Yuri ran towards her imminent death. With Quirk's help, he dodged some of the sharp projectiles and spun to strike. Had the same thing happened to everyone before him? He saw the villain's bloodthirsty grin as the other tools began to pierce her body. She clenched her jaws so hard that her teeth almost began to crumble from the effort. Yuri didn't want to scream in pain in front of that bastard. Someday there'll be someone to beat you. All for One raised his other hand and pointed it at the heroine. The combination of quirks created an explosion that shot towards the sixth owner of One for All. I'll be looking forward to it. Izuku saw the previous holders of the One for All for the first time and felt the immense power this quirk held. Several generations had fought for peace and passed down the power so that the desire for freedom would never fade. And now Midoriya saw them before him, feeling more responsible than ever. He could not see their eyes, but Izuku could feel the gazes directed at him. Sure, they were no longer living people, but their will was not yet gone from this world. Although they were nothing more than reflections of themselves from the past, their dreams and hopes were still alive. You were able to reach that level very quickly. Izuku averted his gaze to the man in front of him. As he had already guessed, he was the first owner of the quirk, the one who had started the story. Although his face had been covered by a shadow before, just like the shadows behind him, Izuku was now looking into the bright blue eyes of the first possessor. Of course, you can't talk here yet. Midoriya suddenly remembered that most of his body was covered in black mist, reminiscent of his second quirk. She couldn't speak, so she could only observe what was going on. But the fact that you were able to arrive so soon speaks volumes. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss, two green lights flickered. The first one turned only to the silent shadows of the past holders. As you may have already noticed, One for All is not just a power quirk fad. We'll have a lot to talk about in the future. The former's eyes were covered by a shadow and the outline of his figure began to glow white. We'll talk again, but later. It's still early. You have to go. The bustle around gradually increased as the huge UA stadium filled up with spectators and fans. Thousands of people had come to see the new generation of heroes who would soon stand up for society. Hundreds of thousands more were following the sports festival from their televisions or computer screens. The popularity of the event was so high that people took an unscheduled day off just to watch the spectacle without distractions. Izuku understood these people, as every year he watched with anticipation the performances of the UA students who would soon become professional heroes. And finally, his dream of being here as a contestant had come true. The now famous Class 1A would show their level of strength to heroes and ordinary people today. Like his friends, Midoriya excitedly awaited Sumika's announcement. Once the hero presented his class, there would be no turning back. While his comrades whispered excitedly, Izuku looked at his scarred arm. I promised the Almighty that I would make myself known to the whole country. It's my duty to show everyone that I have enough power, there's no way I'm going to lose. The teenager clenched his fist tightly and closed his eyes. But One for All is acting stranger and stranger. Will the quirk get in my way at an important moment? Izuku shook his head, chasing away unnecessary thoughts. No, whatever happens, everything will be fine, I want to believe that. And yet, get involved. They've already caught the audience's attention, can they surprise us again? Class 1A. Present Mike's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The gate separating them from the field began to slowly open. Izuku and his teammates were on the threshold of a new stage in their heroic lives. What kind of quirk have I inherited? Having passed the 2 tests, Izuku awaited the announcement of the bout rankings with uncharacteristic calm. He and some of his classmates were among the participants, as they had obtained the highest scores in the previous tests. Unexpectedly, Midoriya took first place in the obstacle course using One for All and his ingenuity. By the way, accelerating with the help of a large number of mines was a risky idea, but the teenager thought it over after reaching the finish line. When the race started, Izuku realized that all his worries were gone. He promised the Almighty and himself that he would prove himself in this festival. He had a clear goal and something invisible was pushing him forward, not letting meaningless worries distract him. For a moment, Midoriya remembered the strange behavior of his quirk, but his thoughts immediately returned to the tournament. The second challenge was more difficult for Izuku, mainly due to the huge amount of points for winning the first challenge. It was difficult to find contestants willing to team up with him. Still, with the help of Araraki, Tokiyami and Hatsume, Midoriya was able to fight to win this challenge, but he was unable to keep the points in the last seconds. Of course, it was not very pleasant to lose, but Izuku knew that defeats were also part of his way. And he still had a chance to win. Now he was waiting for the start of the third stage in the big room under the stadium with the other students. Izuku was absent-mindedly looking around the room, deep in thought. Before the festival began, he had not only promised the Almighty to prove his worth, but had also agreed with the hero that he would not use the Black Whip during his public appearances. To avoid unnecessary questions about quirk, Izuku only had to use a small part of his power. Are you nervous, Deku? I'm just a little. He looked at the smiling girl and let a smile creep across his face as well. Izuku could see that she was trying to hide her excitement, for this festival was as important to her as it was to Midoriya himself. Everything will be all right, Uraraka. You can do it. When the bouts were announced, Izuku and the rest of the students went up to the stands of the stadium to watch the battles with the spectators. Midoriya noticed Todoroki's gaze on him, but he didn't show it. It must be nice to have a quirk like you. People like you will never realize that I have a dream too. Now, Izuku realized that he had lost control of his body, but he could still think freely. Hitoshi Shinsho was Midoriya's first opponent in one-on-one combat. And as soon as midnight allowed the fight to begin, Shinso started asking strange questions and tried his best to get Izuku to answer. Although the teenager realized that he was doing it for some reason, Midoriya couldn't shut up when he saw the anger mixed with desperation in his opponent's eyes. Or perhaps something made him respond to Shinso's defiant remarks. Whatever it was, Midoriya lost control of his body as soon as he responded. He turned around and walked off the field. He felt his feet carrying him to defeat. His own body was failing him now. Izuku saw the Almighty begging him to stop. He felt the stares of Hitoshi and the thousands of people in the stadium. Sumika's voice sounded somewhere in the distance and Midoriya couldn't make out his words, but he knew what the hero was saying. Fight. No, not here. I can't lose without getting something, come on, move. The teenager was getting closer and closer to the line that separated him from defeat. I promised him. Move. As his foot rose to overstep the boundary, thousands of colored lines flashed before Izuku's eyes. They stretched toward the door where the Almighty stood. Midoriya saw the passage of time suspended, and the multicolored lines formed the outlines of human figures. The ghostly shadows turned their gaze toward him and he heard something akin to a whisper. One for All came to life in his body and a green beam glowed near the teenager's hand. Izuku felt the power take hold of his fingers and realized what he had to do. He took one last look at the 9 shadows and snapped his fingers, causing a strong shockwave. Toshinori watched the bout between Bakugo and Araraki from his seat on the podium, along with the other UA masters. But as much as the hero tried to focus on the other students, each time he kept coming back to thinking about his successor and what had happened to One for All after Midoriya inherited power. And that the quirk had begun to behave strangely, Toshinori had no doubt. Young Midoriya told me that he had been having strange dreams even before he inherited One for All. But now he can also see dreams of other people's lives. Is One for All showing him something on purpose? And then there's those quirks. Present Mike announced Katsuki Bakugo's victory in the end of the first round of bouts. Toshinori, undistracted by the noise around him, took out his new notebook, which he had recently started to keep. In it, the hero was writing down all the information he knew about the previous owners of One for All. He hoped that he could gather as much information as he could from other sources and that it would help him and Midoriya deal with the quirk. Slowly running his hand over the deck, Toshinori remembered that he himself had once had a strange dream. He had seen himself in it, but out of his mentor's eyes. It was as if he was seeing his memories. The Almighty hadn't paid much attention to him then, but now he was remembering more and more strange moments in his life. And the more he did, the more terrifying the number one hero became. Remember, Toshinori. You must protect Inko. The Almighty looked down and took a quick glance at the packed stands of the stadium. In the student section, he stopped at Izuku, who was happily chatting with Iida and Uraraka about something. Are you sure? Is everything going to be okay? Several thousand kilometers away from the UA Academy Sports Festival venue, a lone figure was watching him. One of the many monitors in front of a large leather chair was showing a broadcast of the event straight from Japan. Surrounded by a multitude of medical devices, chained to the chair by tubes and wires, the man was bored as he watched the young students' bouts. To be more precise, he had only listened to the chatter of Present Mike until a nondescript, green-haired young man appeared on the field. She would never have paid attention to such a modest child in a normal situation, but even at a great distance, she felt a sensation long forgotten. If he had had eyes, he would have squinted them in pleasure, but all he could do now was allow himself to smile. All for One was pleased with his decision to personally oversee this festival, for now he had found again what he had lost so long ago. I can hear my little brother's voice. Start. A huge block of ice rushed straight towards Izuku as he activated the quirk and placed his fingers in the now familiar position. Red and green bolts of lightning enveloped the teenager's body, which shot out. The airwave shook the stadium, sweeping away all the ice in its path and pushing Todoroki closer and closer to the line. Midoriya himself also bounced under the recoil and stared at his opponent. I only used 7%, but he didn't hit at full strength either. He only has a couple of percentages left in reserve to use it safely, and I don't know his limit. And after all, he's only using ice. A new wall of ice rushed away from Todoroki with even more speed, but this time Izuku didn't wait for it on the ground. Putting the 5% One for All on his legs, he leapt upward, escaping the ice, and fired another aerial shot. Todoroki's eyes widened as he felt himself being dragged closer and closer to the edge of the arena, but creating more ice behind his back he remained in the ring. He quickly averted his gaze to Midoriya and, without a second thought, created another wave of ice, targeting his opponent, but this time he went on the attack himself, hoping to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He quickly realized that ranged attacks were useless and advanced. What are you going to do now, Todoroki? The ice broke into small pieces and scattered around the arena, but Todoroki had managed to propel himself out of the ice block and was now flying towards Midoriya with his arm extended forward. I won't make it. Izuku bounced off his opponent, but his leg was immediately shot through in pain as Todoroki created more ice. Damn it. He got too close. I need a 10, not a 15%. With a swing, Izuku punched the air to regain the distance between him and Todoroki. He felt his arm tighten, but it didn't break. The wave of air shook the arena again, causing the spectators in the stands to grip their seats tighter, and Todoroki and Midoriya were thrown off to opposite sides of the arena. You can't let it get any closer. Or vice versa. A new plan quickly formed in the teenager's mind, and as Shoto got rid of the huge chunks of ice, Izuku rushed forward. Take it all down in one fell swoop. In a matter of seconds he was close to his opponent and ready for another strike, but he delayed his attack for only a moment when he looked at Todoroki. Is he trembling? The hesitation was fatal, and a wave of ice enveloped Izuku's body in half. His entire right side, except for his head, rested under a layer of ice. Seeing an opportunity for victory, Todoroki sent an even bigger wave, hoping to capture Midoriya completely. With no time to think, Izuku directed the 20% one for all towards his right hand and ripped it from the ice block with force, shattering his shackles. Midoriya felt his arm assume an unnatural position due to the dislocation of the joint, but immediately slammed it back into the oncoming ice. A few seconds later, the raised dust descended, allowing the opponents to see each other. And why do you go so far out of your way, what for? A new wall of ice rushed toward Izuku, but at a slower speed. Why are you trembling, Todoroki, can't you fix this? Hatred crept across his face for an instant as other chunks of ice scattered across the arena. Using his power to the fullest. Everyone here has a goal and a dream. What did you come here for, Todoroki? I won't let you win if you don't take the battle seriously. The two students rushed at each other, exchanging blows back and forth. How do you know that? Midoriya heard the uncertainty in their words. It's your power. So use it if you want to be a hero. With a new blow, he threw Todoroki to the edge of the arena, and paused to rest a bit. He would still be needed. Something unknowable was pushing Izuku to help his enemy, but he could not let him live with the regrets of his own strength. Flames erupted on the left side of Todoroki's body, and his frantic gaze stopped on Midoriya. Thank you, Midoriya. Todoroki withdrew his hand, creating a huge amount of ice as he released more and more fire. Steam was coming out of his body from the instantaneous vaporization, but Shoto was creating more and more faster and faster. When the combined attack of ice and flames was directed towards Izuku, he pulled his arm back and prepared to jump. I'm sorry, Almighty. But I can't lose now. The black whip wrapped around the injured limb, holding it in weight, and Izuku lunged toward the ice block, aiming the 40% one for all at his hand. Midoriya saw concrete walls begin to appear between them and Midnight activated his quirk, but all attempts to stop the two students were futile. Midoriya and Todoroki's two strongest attacks collided, destroying the walls that had just appeared and sweeping the opponents in different directions. The shockwave from the impact shook the stadium, tearing spectators and students from their seats, and chunks of ice and concrete flew in different directions from the epicenter. Immediately after the impact, Izuku felt his arm break due to its inability to withstand the force that went through it. The teenager was thrown against the back wall of the stadium and lost consciousness. Izuku had so many questions he wanted to ask the people in front of him. More accurately, just the remnants of the personalities of the previous one-for-all bearers. The encounter with Todoroki was the last thing Izuku remembered before being in this place again. The unpleasant abyss still surrounded him and the mysterious figures of the people the same. All but the first one had a shadow drawn on their faces and Midoriya could not meet their eyes again. The boy himself was still unable to speak or move in that space. I know you have a lot to learn, Ninth. The former's monotone voice was muffled, but clear and ingratiating. His blue eyes watched Izuku intently. It seemed to the boy as if they glowed in the impenetrable darkness of the place, but the obsession passed quickly. For now, remember one thing, you must always trust us. We are all part of you now, and you are part of us. The first one stretched out his arms as if to embrace the figures behind him. The danger has already begun to approach, it has happened sooner than you expected. As he uttered the last words, his voice became noticeably calmer and darker. That is why you must save us all from a hopeless future. The former looked over his shoulder at the silhouette of a white-cloaked woman and something changed in his gaze. A distant hum began to grow in the abyss and Midoriya realized that he was about to wake up in the real world. Remember, Izuku. Their gazes met as the former's body began to dissolve into the void. You started this story. Shigaraki threw the old wooden chair to the ground in anger and used a quirk to turn it into dust. All the things in this abandoned bar bothered him terribly, which caused the villain to start rubbing his neck and arms more intensely. The not quite healed wounds showed as Tamura groaned in pain. The bandages and stitches pissed him off, but Kurogiri wouldn't let him get rid of them. Damn kids. You must be more patient, Shigaraki Tamura. A commanding voice echoed in the small room and Tamura raised his eyes to the pictureless screen. I know, master, but find followers and prove to me that I did not choose you in vain. Shigaraki fell silent and looked away from the screen. Meanwhile, I have a task for you, Kurogiri. The waiter stopped cleaning glasses and turned his attention back to the screen. Contact the doctor, he will tell you his location. You have to get there before the heroes do. Back at his base in the United States, All for One disconnected communications and leaned back in his chair. He allowed himself a smile, anticipating future events. He now had no doubt that his plan would work correctly. Wait a little longer, brother. His smile grew even wider. Soon I'll be back one for all. Chapter 5, Desperation. Daigoro Banjo, the fifth user of the Quirk One for All, was a tough and sometimes overly harsh man, but he had a strong sense of justice befitting a true soldier. After failing his studies at Eiko High School, Daigoro volunteered to serve in a secret government program designed to specially train people gifted with quirks and use them to fight enemy forces both inside and outside Japan. But a few years later, the government would abandon the idea, tucking it away in a distant drawer. It would not be until 70 years later that it would become the basis for the creation of the Signum program. At the age of 24, Daigoro will meet the man who will most affect his future. He will inherit One for All from a 17-year-old who will soon be killed by All for One. The day Daigoro Banjo took on this burden, he swore he would avenge all the suffering caused by the villain. But it was not so. When Daigoro tracked down and attacked the shelter of All for One, the man realized the difference in power. And as embarrassing as it was to admit it, he felt completely powerless against such a villain. He was a soldier, so he retreated to survive and give hope to future generations. When Daigoro realized that his tenure was beginning to come to an end, he began to search for a successor to the force. And it was as if fate itself had brought him together with a promising young girl. Perhaps Daigoro saw in her his non-existent daughter, or the young, unsophisticated boy from whom he himself had once inherited the quirk. Whatever it was, he unconsciously felt he had found the right person. After months of training, Yuri was ready to face One for All, inside of whom still burned an unbridled flame. That cloudy day, Daigoro was slow to find her footing, something told her trouble was coming. When the news about the mad scientist and his singularity theory was abruptly interrupted to alert the populace of the villain's attack, the hero felt the time had come. All for One made his move, he made it clear that there was no more time left. Go away, Yuri. He could see the hatred about to take hold of the girl, but he couldn't let her die for it. Right now she was ready to pounce on All for One, the monster that had killed her brother, but Daigoro knew exactly how that would end. At that precise instant, the hero felt One for All literally explode out of his body. Determination filled his mind and Daigoro prepared for his final battle. I'll kill him right now. No, Nakamura. Black growths sprouted from the hero's right hand and enveloped the young girl. Yuri looked at her master in desperation. She begged to be allowed to fight by his side, to finally give the battle All for One. Daigoro averted his gaze to the young heroine and let a faint smile creep across his tired face. Live, Yuri. Mustering all his strength, he pushed the student as far as possible out of the residential neighborhood. As a soldier, he understood the necessity of his mission and would never disobey an order, but as an ordinary man. That's it for us. He wanted to spend the rest of his life in peace, away from this war. That was the dream of the foolish child that gave him that damned quirk. And yet, the moment of truth has come. I hope you're watching, Shinomori. The villain's hyperbolized arm brought down a nearby building, and the fifth bearer summoned a black whip, approaching the flying debris. Letting One for All pierce his body, Daigoro rushed towards the villain. I'll die, but at least before I die, I'll give you some warmth, you bastard. All for One looked at the hero and smiled. Although Izuku couldn't win the sports festival, he learned an important lesson for himself. Besides, the Almighty said he was proud of what he had done with Todoroki. Midoriya himself did not regret his action either, but promised to try even harder to win in the future regardless of the circumstances. After the fight, Todoroki walked around for a while with his face even more thoughtful than usual. Izuku had given him time to reflect on everything that had happened. After all, it was not easy to change relationships with other people. Over time, Todoroki grew closer not only to Midoriya, but also to the rest of the class. He did not become more outgoing, but now he no longer avoided the other students. After the incident with Ingenium and the hero killer, the bond between Todoroki and Midoriya grew stronger. Not only did they help their friend, but they were also able to catch a dangerous criminal. It could be said that the internship with Gran Torino was a success. After learning to control the quirk and learning new information about it, Izuku returned to UA. Red streaks spread across Midoriya's body when he summoned the power of the quirk. Immediately, a green beam enveloped the teenager's body, which rushed upwards. Leaping several meters, Izuku kicked the training dummy. "You're making progress, boy. It was a great idea to use your legs to deliver such powerful kicks." Toshinori put aside his notebook to observe his successor's training. Not forgetting his promise, the hero began to devote more time to Izuku's training. In addition to working alongside other students, the Almighty devoted time to individual and secret training sessions. Undoubtedly, working as a team only helps, but the shared secrecy of two quirk carriers imposed certain limitations. "All thanks to you, Almighty." Izuku concentrated and summoned a black whip. Long tendrils sprouted from her hand and grabbed another dummy. Putting more strength into his legs, Midoriya spun the fake enemy around and threw it against the wall of the training ground. With great force, it crashed into the obstacle, leaving a dent in the concrete wall. And, of course, those dreams. No, not dreams. Toshinori looked intently at his apprentice. "More and more often I see strange fragments of memories. As if they were visions of another life." Several flashes of lightning flashed through Midoriya's body. "And then there are those encounters with owners from the past. To be honest, I don't understand anything at all. It's going to be all right, my boy. You know that the one for all wishes us no ill will. After all, it's likely that you and I have met thanks to this quirk." Izuku met the hero's gaze. "Since ancient times, we have carried this power within us. And everything has a purpose. I'm sorry I can't help you with everything. Of course, once upon a time, I heard voices and dreamed dreams. Just like my master." Toshinori's gaze darkened for a moment. "Still, I will try to gather as much information as I can for you, young Midoriya." Izuku took a sidelong glance at the notebook and sank into his thoughts. He had been unusually quiet and pensive lately, something both the teachers and the other students had noticed. Of course, the Almighty saw the change in the boy, but thought he just needed more time to deal with what was going on. Feeling someone's eyes on him, Toshinori turned toward the exit of the complex but found no one. "Thank you, Almighty." The boy smiled warmly, feeling his mentor's support. "Still, do you have any guesses about the next quirk?" Toshinori turned away from the strange feeling and slowly flipped through the notebook. Pausing on one of the pages, the hero closed his eyes for a few seconds. "I think it's going to be flight. A quirk from my mentor." Izuku slowly opened his eyes, only to immediately close them against the bright light. With his eyes still closed, he tried to concentrate, but it was as if all his senses were dulled. He could feel his body at the same time, but still something kept him awake. Midoriya couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality, because he couldn't remember how he had gotten here or what he had done before. His eyes were slowly getting used to the light from the desk lamp. Covering himself with his hand, the boy tried to examine his surroundings. The unfamiliar room told the young hero nothing, it was completely ordinary. Small, but neat and cozy. It reminded a little of the apartment where he lived with his mother. His gaze settled on a white cloth on one of the chairs, and after looking at it closely, Izuku realized that it was some kind of costume, and that the white cloth itself was nothing more than a cloak. It wasn't until a few seconds later that Izuku looked at the hand he still held close to his eyes. Thin, without the usual scars and irregularities, this hand definitely did not belong to the young man. Repressing the first flash of fear, Izuku turned his head toward the low table where the blinding lamp stood. In the mirror before him, he saw an unfamiliar black-haired woman. She was sitting in front of the mirror in a thin nightgown, as if Izuku had surprised her before going to sleep. Still not feeling the reality of what was happening, Izuku kept looking at the reflection of the young woman's surprised face. She seemed to be even more surprised than Midoriya. "Who are you?" When the girl said those words, a rumbling started to grow in her head and Izuku plunged into darkness. Dozens of people were frantically running around the runway where the plane was being prepared for its long flight. Workers were finalizing the last preparations for departure, while the passenger himself was already in the cockpit. The large seat was surrounded by medical devices and screens with various information. The man in the neat black suit had already settled into his seat, still breathing heavily through the large black mask covering his face. All for One was preparing for the flight to Japan, regretting never having found a quirk that could move people long distances. As the roar of the turbines began to grow louder, the man finally relaxed into the plush armchair and sank into his thoughts. There, in Japan, his loyal servants and the successor who would soon inherit the great power awaited him. And after many years, All for One felt interested in something again. He could not contain a broad smile. "You chose as your successor a boy with no talent, Almighty. That was your mistake." The villain briefly interrupted his thoughts due to the pain that welled up again. Old wounds always reminded him of failure and shameful loss. Izuku Midoriya. All for One once again sketched a smile through the pain. Maybe he should teach the young hero the cruelty of this world. How to take away someone important. Next to the villain lay a folder with records and information about Izuku Midoriya's parents. As soon as the sun rose, the first drops of rain fell from the gray clouds. Silent at first, the first drops fell on the rubble of concrete and earth. The place where people once lived was now a hellish chaos. Destroyed buildings, dead civilians and heroes, even a crashed military helicopter. It was all part of the battlefield where the two people who most wanted each other dead collided. Once again, the Almighty dodged a chunk of flying concrete, striking in the direction of the enemy in the process. In response to the hero's single blow, All for One simultaneously released a stream of red flames with huge spikes. The area surrounding the battle had become a wasteland, and each strike shook the air and ground. Knocking down the fire with a blast of air, the Almighty took advantage of the villain's second hiccup to take a breather. The battle had been going on for hours and the hero's strength was running out. The hot air was burning his lungs, only the onset of rain could relieve the heat. However, the hero saw that All for One was fighting at the limit of his strength, even though he had dozens of quirks at his disposal. Not allowing himself to waste any more time, the Almighty caught up with the villain in one huge leap. The two opposing forces collided head-on, and an instant later the explosion tore them apart. All for One's eyes burned with rage and his face contorted into a merciless grimace. The villain took off and used Quirk to lift huge blocks of stone into the air, hurling them at the hero with acceleration. "Are you really enjoying this hell, All for One?" The Almighty crushed all the rocks and tried to reach the villain to hit him point blank. All for One gritted his teeth hard and spun to make another attack. A sharp sword appeared in his hand. One of the quirks allowed him to create any kind of cold weapon. "Only I can." The Almighty flew a short distance away and spun to attack. "Save your little brother." The weapon that had grown in size slammed into the hero's left side, and the Almighty's fist met the villain's face. The Almighty felt All for One's face turn into a bloody jumble under his blow, but the pain from his torn stomach was too much, and the hero fell limply to the ground. Gasping in excruciating pain, the hero tried to crawl away from All for One, who was now on his knees with his hands clutching his face. "No. He's still alive. I can't." All for One wailed and pounced on the hero still with a broken face. "I promised him." The world plunged into darkness, all sounds disappeared. Toshinori opened wide his eyes, which now reflected an endless black abyss. For a second, the hero thought he was in outer space, but that place was something else. It could not be described in mere words. After surprise and incomprehension came fear, but the hero was immediately surprised to find that his wound had disappeared. Where am I? Is this the work of All for One? Another quirk. Oh. The hero stood up and tried to make out the silhouette of something in the midst of the infinite darkness. Suddenly, a distant light flashed in the periphery of his vision. Toshinori looked closely and recognized a small sphere, with fire burning inside. As quickly as it had appeared, it was close to the intruder in an instant. Not feeling threatened, Toshinori reached out his hand towards the unknown object. The hero did not realize where he was, but he could feel the heat and power emanating from the small flame. When his hand almost reached the sphere, a voice was heard behind him. Toshinori. Frozen in place, the Almighty could not believe what was happening. Whatever happened, he knew he would never mistake that voice for another. Turning slowly, he saw the indistinct silhouette of a body that seemed to dissolve into the surrounding abyss. He couldn't see its face, but he knew exactly who he was looking at. Nana. A rumbling began to grow around him, causing anxiety to return. Toshinori tried to touch his mentor, but his hand went through the fading figure. Your time has not yet come. The Almighty imagined her smiling as she spoke those words. She always smiled when she tried to support him. Toshinori felt the one for all begin to surge in his body. The wound in his side began to spread, bringing back the hellish pain. A single tear ran down her face as she took one last look at her mentor, only to realize that there was another figure behind her at the end. But that no longer mattered, as she now lunged towards the villain, preparing to deliver the final blow. You lose, All for One. In the morning, Izuku never imagined that she would spend most of the day at the police station with a well-known detective of the Almighty. After the teacher told him about the summer vacation trip, Class 1A went to the mall almost in full to buy the things they needed. Since all his friends had gone there, Midoriya could not stay behind and agreed to go on the trip as well. It wasn't that she needed to buy something urgently, it was just that the Almighty had advised her to take a break from training and spend more time with her friends. But things didn't go as planned when something flared up inside the boy, warning him that danger was approaching. Izuku realized that the One for All had activated on its own. Turning around quickly, he met that same hate-filled gaze. Shigaraki's hand sought the student's neck, but froze in midair as he turned away. Time slowed down for both of them. Hero and villain stood facing each other, unable to move. The noisy crowd around them continued to move as if nothing had happened. Both realized that if a battle began, neither would be the victor. Without taking his eyes off the villain, Izuku tried to activate the black whip, but instead his vision blurred and someone's whisper sounded in his head. In mere seconds, Shigaraki blended in with the crowd and left the building, while Izuku remained standing in the same place. I've heard that voice before. Deku, are you all right? Midoriya turned in confusion at the sound of the voice, finding his worried friend. Uraraka was nearby, trying to figure out the reason for her strange behavior. Izuku gave a strained smile and waved his hand. That's enough. Let's join the others. The girl nodded her head and the pair of students headed towards the exit of the mall. That woman by the mirror. Was that really her voice? Toshinori fixed his matted hair one last time and got out of the car. He tightened his tie, pulled himself together and walked slowly toward the front door. The symbol of peace rarely felt excitement, but right now Toshinori had a feeling he would rather be on the battlefield. Throughout his life, the hero had interacted with many people, but with only a few had he formed close relationships. And the last woman he was really close to was Nana Shimura. She replaced his mother for the young hero, with her he could share all his worries and sorrows. But after the death of his mentor, the Almighty became less and less close to the people, trying to keep his distance. According to Gran Torino stories, he knew very well what his master had gone through. He knocked several times and waited for the door to open. When a voice and hurried footsteps came from behind the door, Toshinori tried to relax as much as possible and calm down. I will keep the promise I made you that day, master. The door opened and their gazes met. Toshinori smiled softly and trying not to cough said, Good afternoon, Inko, am I late? Another explosion shook the air. The villain's hand twitched, sending another wave towards the hero. Unable to deflect the attack, Daigoro released a black whip and grabbed onto the surviving wall of the building. A few meters away, the hero felt something sharp dig into his arm. The quirk deactivated and Daigoro fell onto the rubble of what was once a residential building. Ah! Holy heaven! All for One smiled in satisfaction and glided into the air, not far from the wounded hero. A long sword appeared in the villain's hand. You're nothing but a dummy, but you can entertain me a little longer. Daigoro looked at his enemy and met his mocking gaze. How dare you, you bastard! Maybe you should have hidden from me. Just like your predecessor. He was like a cornered animal. You'll never understand. A monster like you. He screamed your name before he died. He really didn't want to die. But you're all doomed to die. All for One laughed at Daigoro's reaction. Don't you dare. Talk about him, you monster. The hero squirmed, summoning what strength he had left. A black whip sprang from his right hand and shot toward the villain. Daigoro raised his wounded arm to strike again. I will show you that we are not expendable. We are all fighting for more than just Ta. The sword in the villain's hand reached out and severed the hero's arm. Without realizing what had happened, Daigoro froze for a few seconds. Howling in pain, the hero fell to his knees, clutching his shoulder. All for One raised his hand and pointed it at Daigoro. In the end you will all die an ignominious death. Another attack by the villain ended the life of the fifth quirk bearer. Meanwhile, the ninth woke up and jumped out of his bed. Intermittent breathing prevented the boy from concentrating for a long while. After a few minutes, Izuku walked over to the window and looked outside. The first rays of the sun were peeking behind the horizon. It had been a very long dream. Chapter 6. Just like in those stories. Izuku left the police station when twilight had already fallen over the city. For several hours he had been chatting with Detective Tsukauchi and the other officers, who were trying to find out any details about his encounter with Shigaraki. There was much commotion over the appearance of such a dangerous villain in a public place, and the fact that the police had been trying for weeks to track down the League of Villains without success only added to the tension. After much interrogation, which gave Izuku a headache, the teenager was finally released. The accompanying detective led Midoriya to the exit, where they were already waiting for him. How tired he was. Why did they keep asking the same question over and over again? Wasn't once enough? Or did they just not want to believe me? Izuku glanced at the detective in front of him and went back to his thoughts. He seemed to be intimately familiar with the Almighty. If you trust him, I have no reason to doubt. The light in the hallway flickered for a second, making Izuku unable to make out the faces of the three people heading in the direction from which Midoriya and the detective had just exited. There's something bothering me lately. One for All and everything around him seems so strange to me. It's like I'm missing something, like I'm not seeing something obvious. Or maybe someone is deliberately withholding information from me. Tsukauchi looked at the boy thoughtfully and walked outside, inviting him to follow. The night brought a cool breeze, which made Izuku shiver and wrap himself further in his sweater. Toshinori, who was already waiting for them, jumped off the bench and ran to his friend and student. I'm glad to see you're okay, boy. His tangled blonde hair highlighted the hero's thinness, and he looked even more haggard than usual. Inko. Your mother is already waiting for you. Toshinori pointed to a car parked nearby and let the tired boy go without further ado. He glanced at his successor all the way to the car and turned to the detective. You've helped me again, Tsukauchi. You know it's not difficult for me. Still, we've exhausted the boy. The detective sighed heavily and looked up at the dark sky. Where there should be stars, there was only darkness. He's back. I can feel it. Tsukauchi looked intently at his lifelong friend. Now something was different in the hero's demeanor. Lately he had been like an inattentive old man, but the detective knew the Almighty like no one else. Now he was deep in thought. Are you afraid? Toshinori looked at his friend, an answer instantly formed in his mind, but the hero hesitated with his words. He averted his gaze to his car and looked confused. Time passed slowly, and the silence was beginning to lengthen. Okay, you don't need to answer. All people are afraid of something, I'm no exception. The hero turned around and walked slowly towards the car, The detective closed his eyes tiredly and returned to the police station. Izuku slowly looked around the small hallway and kitchen. Everywhere on the walls were old pictures of the boy as a child. No matter how much Izuku urged him to take them down, Inko always remained adamant. Although the photos sometimes brought back unpleasant memories, Midoriya understood why his mother cherished them so much. She fixed her gaze on the one frame on the wall that hung distant from all the others. The still happy newlyweds, a green-haired woman and a white-haired man, were smiling at the camera. As far as Izuku knew, it was the only picture of his father in the house. A cough was heard to the boy's left, and he remembered that he was not alone in the room. In familiar circumstances, Midoriya would never have shown such disrespect to a guest, let alone a number one hero, but now the boy was increasingly on cloud nine. There's a lot on your mind, boy. Both One for All headliners realized that it wasn't a problem. Too much of a burden had fallen on Izuku's shoulders lately. Suddenly realizing the responsibility one had along with the quirk was a real challenge. It was no longer about protecting his own life. Izuku had long since realized that heroes had to sacrifice a lot for their mission. It was about coming to terms with the expectations of many people, coming to terms with their aspirations and beliefs. The willingness of the previous hosts was both empowering and daunting. Do you think Shigaraki will continue to prove himself? Toshinori had expected such a question. They could no longer avoid the subject. However, he was genuinely worried about the state of his successor. He could not help but worry, for he felt responsible for the boy on whom he had imposed a heavy burden. When Nana was alive, young Toshinori Yagi had asked him a similar question. At that time, an exacerbated sense of justice prevented the young man from understanding many things, including the value of human life. I understand your concerns. You're afraid you won't be able to handle it, aren't you? Izuku nodded slowly and lowered his eyes. Tell me, Almighty One. Has it ever happened to you that you couldn't save people in time? Even when they were begging you for help? Midoriya tensed his whole body and clenched his fist tightly, as several green lightning bolts coursed through his arm. It has happened. And more than once. The gazes of teacher and student crossed, One for All echoed between them. Right now, someone needs to be saved. But you know better than me, boy. It's impossible to save everyone. As much as we heroes would like to, we are, after all, ordinary people. With our own weaknesses and flaws, but we still want to help as many people as possible. But sometimes we forget one thing. The Almighty looked away and thought for a moment. Don't forget to save yourself, Izuku. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't say a word. Summer vacation was getting closer every day, and with it came the trip to school camp. UA's first-year students were more excited than ever, as this training session would be their most serious training since the catastrophe simulation zone where they were attacked by villains. Although quite some time had passed, Class 1A still remembered those events. Most likely, that attack was an everlasting reminder that there were still too many threats in society. And the experience, though painful, would still serve as a great example to the young heroes. It would push them and keep them going. Although Izuku was worried about too many things, he spent a lot of time with his friends. He was able to find his place in the classroom and in the academy. This time was one of the best in his life, and the boy will realize that later on. Which characters do you think we'll meet like this? We can't wait to find out. Since UA is organizing this, everything must be top-notch. Anything else is simply unacceptable for the Best Hero Academy. Izuku slowly walked down the hallway next to his friends, listening to their conversation from time to time. He could now afford to truly smile as he listened to Uraraka's excited questions and Ida's exclamations. She now understood what it meant to have true friends. Midoriya sensed the presence of someone nearby and noticed Todoroki, who was now walking with them. When had he been there? The others also noticed Todoroki, and Uraraka began to pepper the boy with questions, while Iida tried to stop her. Lately, Izuku was laughing happily at his friends' jokes more and more often. And right now, he was just smiling at the noise around him, reflecting on how lucky he was to be in this academy. The halls of UA were almost always filled with rowdy teenagers, which often made Aizawa uncomfortable. Although he was first and foremost a teacher, his nightly heroic activities as Eraserhead could not be put aside. He was still a hero, not popular or the most powerful, but very necessary to ordinary people. Even if they didn't know he existed. After another night shift, Aizawa arrived at the school early in the morning to meet with one of the students. The man never played favorites, he just helped to develop the potential of those who for some reason could not make it on their own. And by noticing another promising student, he, as a teacher, could not stay away. Interrupting his musings, Aizawa returned to the noisy hallway filled with students. Shinso, who was walking beside him, was a little nervous but generally remained aloof and calm. Aizawa realized that this was a new learning experience for the student, so he wasn't going to push him. Shinso. At the sound of his name, the boy stopped and looked around. Izuku quickly made his way through the crowd of students and approached his former rival. After looking at the two students in turn, Eraserhead followed alone. You know, you look a lot like him, with that grippy ribbon scarf. Shinso sighed softly and hid his face further behind the tape and black mask. I was actually quite surprised when he approached me himself. I've been thinking about it for a long time, I've been wanting to find a mentor for myself. Sounds a bit risky, doesn't it? Izuku laughed softly and nodded his head. No, you have to use every means to become a hero. That's what you want, isn't it? At least, I saw that aspiration in your eyes at the sports festival. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck nervously, not making eye contact with the other teenager. Why am I blurting out such words? Damn it, I look like a boring old man myself. I may not have told you, but I appreciate it. Shinso ran his hand through his long hair and looked away. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a strange surge of calm, as if all his emotions had disappeared somewhere. The boy realized that he had experienced it before, but before he could think about it, he looked at the teenager beside him. You want to help people, don't you? Shinso looked him in the eyes and nodded slowly. You can do it. I believe in it. Several green lightning bolts ran down Izuku's arm. I thought the A-class always had to be better, didn't you? With one punch the screaming boy was knocked out. The red-haired girl politely apologized and dragged him back to his classroom. While Iida tried to seat the other students on the bus, Izuku witnessed such a spectacle. I remember you from the sports festival. What's it called? Don't listen to Monoma. There was everything at the sports festival. Good luck, Class A. The students made their way to their buses, and when everyone was in their seats, the cars started up and took the students to the summer training camp. Izuku got the seat next to Iida, which he didn't mind, of course. However, his overly active friend was trying to calm the other students all the way. Still, Izuku didn't mind, he tried to enjoy every moment he spent with his friends. Still, I feel uneasy, especially about the villains. Shigaraki. What are you going to do now? For some reason, Izuku remembered the story of the Almighty and his dream about the seventh owner of One for All. The boy had already guessed that it was his reflection he had seen in the mirror in that strange dream. Midoriya realized what was troubling him right now. One for All had gone days without making itself known. Before he knew it, Izuku had become so caught up in the quirk that now the lack of dreams or visions disturbed him. Izuku closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on Quirk without summoning the Force or the Black Whip. He could feel the core of One for All inside him and how it reacted to his attempts, but he did not hear the mysterious voice or see the strange spatial location. When all attempts failed, Midoriya settled back in his chair and tried to sleep. Eraserhead, who had been watching the boy intently until then, looked away. At last he stops. Stretching and waking up, the students of Class 1A stepped off the bus after a long and tiring journey. The midday sun greeted the students with terrible heat, but for most, it was better than the sweltering bus. Izuku slowly stepped off the bus and walked towards the rest of the class, heedless of the forest around them. What is this place? It doesn't look like a bus stop. The pink-skinned girl looked in surprise at the place where the students had been dropped off. They were on a huge ledge, under which a dense forest stretched out in all directions, with mountains in the distance completing the unfamiliar landscape for the students. Hey, Mina, you shouldn't go near the cliff. Midoriya rubbed her eyes and finally looked around. Where is Class B? Eraserhead glanced at his class and looked nervously towards the car next to him. We are wild cats. The students looked on in astonishment at the two heroines after their unforgettable performance. I present to you a team of professional heroines. An endless stream of words interrupted Eraserhead's speech, who for the first time was grateful to the talkative student. This is one of the 4 teams organized by the United Heroic Union. They specialize in mountain rescue operations. Behind them, they are. Unnoticed, the boy who had arrived with the team of heroes walked away from the crowd of students. He pulled his cap even tighter over his eyes to hide his gaze from the onlookers. If you don't get to camp on time, you'll go without food. Ryuko Tsuchikawa, better known as Pixie Bob, smiled slightly and placed her oversized gloved hands on the ground. Excuse me, children. Eraserhead watched the students fleeing the cliff, mentally wishing them luck. A huge torrent of mud threw all the students down the cliff, at the foot of the gigantic, dense forest. Your training has already begun. To get through this forest, you can use the quirk without restriction. A huge monster composed of earth rushed towards the students from the thicket of the forest, trying to catch them by surprise. The remaining heroes above headed for the car to make a quick trip to the camp. Come on, Kota. The boy cast one last glance down, where the students were now fighting the mud monsters. How annoying this is. Wounded and tired, the students slowly made their way out of the forest straight to the camp, where the feline heroes and the teacher were already waiting for them. And despite their tiredness, none of them showed hesitation or fear. The 1A class proved once again that together they were capable of much. Although Eraserhead didn't show it to the others, he was proud of his students. Even at their first meeting, he saw the potential in each of them and promised himself to do everything he could to help them maximize their abilities. How easy it is to handle my earth monsters. To be honest, I thought you would show up much later. Izuku reached up and shook bits of dirt and other forest debris off his clothes. The teenager's entire body ached after the grueling trip to the camp, but, like the others, he could only rejoice at the new opportunity to test his strength in actual combat. Midoriya looked around in front of the camp's main building. This time, I was able to combine strength and the black whip to achieve the perfect combination of speed and combat power. Still, controlling this new quirk is far from ideal. First of all, I have to learn to control my emotions. The boy averted his gaze to his hands, observing the several long scars. As the 5th said, the quirk will respond to my wishes. But if the rage gets the better of me. After the sports festival, it occurred to the Almighty to explain Izuku's new power so that it would overlap in front of the class and the other heroes. Although Midoriya had promised to use the whip less often, he could not turn down the opportunity to become stronger. Especially when he felt the distant presence of Shigaraki and the other villains. But then again, other quirks could appear at any moment. What if getting control of them was even more difficult? Still, Izuku's gaze was riveted on the boy who was turning away from everyone. Something flared up inside the teenager as he gazed at the stranger's face. Without realizing it, Midoriya began to approach the boy. When he was no more than a meter away, Izuku stopped abruptly due to an unfamiliar sensation in his body. Several green flashes of lightning ran through the body of the 9th owner of One for All. My name is Midoriya Izuku, I study at UA. And you? The boy whispered something, interrupting Izuku. I beg your pardon. He pulled his cap away from his eyes and shot a cold glare at the student. I said I don't want to talk to you. He turned abruptly and retreated inside the building, leaving Midoriya alone. His parents died when he was 5 years old. They were heroes, but one day they didn't come back from a mission. Since then he doesn't like heroes, he thinks they misuse quirks. After Izuku catches the boy and takes him to Mandalay, the heroine tells him the story of Kota's childhood, and why his hatred of heroes began in him. He does not understand as heroes. It is impossible to save everyone. Something Izuku had learned a long time ago. This boy had a completely different outlook on life. Midoriya knew from his example that no words would change him. But still, somehow I feel like I have to try. Starting today, we will work on improving your quirks. It's going to be hard, so please don't die at the end. Eraserhead finished his speech with a creepy smile on his face. When Class B and the rest of the Wildcats joined the training, all the students were divided into groups according to quirk type. The mentor of Izuku and some students from another class was Pro-Hero Tiger, whose quirk made him very flexible. On top of that, he was much stronger than a normal human, which combined with his quirk and martial arts knowledge made him a very formidable opponent. Our training has already begun. Hurry up and attack me. Izuku summoned One for All and quickly attacked the hero. However, even such a rush wasn't enough and Tigra had no trouble dodging the blow before attacking back. Use your quirk to burst. Izuku held back the urge to groan in pain and got back up from the ground. The hero threw the student backwards again and again, not even giving him a chance to attack. That's the difference in experience and strength. As powerful as One for All is, I still don't have the strength to take on enemies like that. A flash of lightning crossed the teenager's body. So what's changed since the time when I didn't have a quirk? Why even now? I can't. Channeling more strength into his legs, Midoriya rose from the ground and flew towards the hero. He prepared to attack by swinging his right arm. I must have been a good recipient for this power, after all, the Almighty believed in me. The Gran Torino passed on his experience to me. I can't lose so easily. Not bad, kid. Tigra prepared to block the boy's punch and throw it away again, but when he almost caught the student's right arm, black growth sprouted from the left arm and wrapped around the hero's arm. How? Taking advantage of the hero's confusion, Izuku returned the power to his right hand and struck. Hiding nearby, Kota watched the training. By nightfall, all training had come to an end, and the tired students gathered to rest and prepare dinner. Slowly moving away from the noisy crowd, Kota headed up the mountain to his favorite secret hideout. At least he wanted to think it was secret. Lately, the boy wanted to get away from people, even Mandalay and her companions. And with the arrival of a huge group of students, Kota wanted to flee the camp altogether, but realized how dangerous it would be. All that training. What are you trying to achieve? Is it that important for you to show off your powerful quirk? He kept asking himself rhetorical questions until he reached the ledge where his secret spot was. He sat near the cliff and gazed up at the night sky, studded with thousands of stars. After the death of his parents, Kota had often contemplated the sky, as if trying to find answers to a myriad of questions. I don't understand you. Do you think you have time? Do you think this training will help you? Who cares if there's always someone stronger? How will these ridiculous heroes feel when they find an enemy they can't defeat? Just someone so strong. The boy raised his hand towards the cliff and concentrated on the quirk. Several thin streams of water spurted from his palm. Kota's eyes glazed over. How weak I am. I can direct my hatred at heroes and villains. At their damned quirks all I want. But if only I could be strong myself. Dad. Mom. Footsteps were heard at the side of the rise, and Kota quickly wiped tears from his face. Midoriya with a plate of curry approached the boy. It's time to leave our dear heroes to the fools with a warning. Maybe. At least it will bring them down to earth. The man with the scars and iron suspenders on his face smiled in satisfaction and looked around the vast area of the training ground. A muffled voice was heard in the direction of the huge cloaked figure. My hands itch. Isn't it time to start? Indeed, Dabi. I can't wait to taste the blood of these guys either. The villain looked at the men behind him and turned away with a weary sigh. Oh, shut up. Why did Shigaraki put me on the same team as these? They're all fucking crazy. But well. A wide grin appeared on Dabi's face, blood gushing from the freshly opened wound. We'll wait for the others. If I catch him, I'll have to be tougher. An old man with large round glasses was writing carelessly in a notebook. Papers and instruments scattered on the table made a mess, but he had no time to clean it up. After all, he was on the threshold of his greatest invention, which could change the world. A message flashed on one of the screens and the bespectacled figure turned to someone else. At the other end of the room, surrounded by medical devices, stood Japan's chief villain. It looked like they had already started. All for One made an unsure hand gesture and smiled. Very well. Let's let the kids have fun. However, I will soon have to get up from this chair. Is the machine ready yet? The doctor looked at the big black mask and nodded to himself. Don't forget to keep an eye on Tamura. He has great potential, but he must be guided if he is to be of any use to us. Yes. I'd like to see him return the hatred to those damned heroes. The room fell into an unaccustomed silence, all for one deep in thought and memory. After a few minutes, there was a hissing sound coming from what sounded like a large radio. It was impossible to make out the sounds through the interference, but all for one understood exactly what had happened and allowed himself to smile again. You're back at last. The noise from the device grew even louder. Gigantomania. As the clouds of poisonous gas spread through the night forest, the villains split into several groups and attacked several places at once. Dabi set fire to several trees to make it difficult to advance through the dense forest, and the blue flames began to spread at great speed. Midoriya immediately sensed the danger and ran to Kota's aid, back to the place where he had last seen him. Speeding up to full speed, Izuku climbed up the mountain in a matter of seconds to pull the boy out of danger. Fragments and dust flew in different directions from the villain's attack. Midoriya covered the sobbing boy and stared at his opponent. One more second, and it was already too late. He certainly wasn't going to mess around. The dust settled and Izuku saw a huge man wrapped in a cloak, his face crossed by a scar and his lips curved in a nasty grin. Oh, you were on the list. There is no help waiting. I'll have to fight him alone. But he looks very dangerous. Midoriya looked at Kota, who was watching the villain with fear. There's no time to hesitate. I will save you, by all means. The villain raised his eyebrows in surprise and let out a loud laugh. You say you'll save him? Sure, what else can you expect from a girl who thinks she's a hero? You always come with your reassuring smile. But, nevertheless, it's even better for me. The villain took off his cape and his arm began to twist with his muscles in tension. I'm going to have a great time with you. Is he attacking already? With one powerful blow, the villain threw Izuku against the rock. His eyes reddened for a moment. Midoriya could have sworn something in his body crunched as he went flying against the rock face. Despite the hellish pain, she forced herself to react instantly and dodged the next blow, which immediately shattered the rock behind her. Hey, do you know where the boy named Bakugo is? Still, we can't forget about the mission. Deku channeled the strength into his legs and leapt into the air, dodging the next blow. Green lightning flashed around the teenager's body as he distributed one for all across his body and landed on his feet. They want Kacchan. But why? And what list was he talking about? They seem to be targeting certain people. Can I take the silence as an, I don't know? With one leap, the villain caught up to Izuku and sent him back to the rock with a powerful kick. Damn it, he's too fast. I can't beat him like that. You were saying, are you going to save him? Why don't you save him? Come on, a hero must. Now. Detroit Punch. 20% one for all's punch met the villain's layer of muscle and had no effect, though Izuku managed to see the man flinch before attacking. That's your quirk. Well, speed gives you quite a bit. A new layer of muscle appeared on Muscle's body. But not enough strength. Use it. The villain threw Midoriya away, but the latter didn't have time to react to the black growths flying from the teenager's side. What? Quirk 5, Black Whip. I am inferior to him in speed and strength. We have to even the odds. Izuku wrapped his arm tightly around his opponent's arm and instantly propelled himself. One for all minus 100%. Muscle's eyes widened and he tried to block the attack with his other arm. The impact shook the mountain, and blocks of rock flew in all directions. A current of air from the impact lifted Kota and swept him to the edge of the cliff. A long chute erupted from the wall of dust and dirt and enveloped the boy, preventing him from falling. A few seconds later, Izuku emerged from under the cliff and landed next to him. His right arm was held by a whip and his body was covered with bruises and abrasions. Breathing heavily, Midoriya turned to the boy and fell to his knees. Are you all right? I'm sorry I blew you up. Wide-eyed, Kota stared at the young man who had just risked his life to save him from the villain. The boy nodded in confusion and helped Izuku to his feet. It's time to go back to the others. A loud sound made Midoriya turn around to meet the distressed villain's gaze. Impossible. That was almost all my power, after all. And why is it still standing? That was good. You're stronger than I expected, Midoriya. It's time to get serious. What should I do? The whip absorbed some of the damage, but my arm was still broken from excessive force. What technique should I use now? Without giving time to think, the villain lunged forward, opening wide to strike. Izuku grabbed Kota with his whip and jumped, dodging the flying rocks. With another leap, Muscle caught up to the student and smashed part of the mountain. Overdoing it again. Taking advantage of his opponent's delay, Izuku released more black whip excrescences and grabbed the nearest rock blocks with them to immediately launch them at the villain. This can only slow him down, but I can't win like this. I need to get back to the camp so the master can erase his quirk. Except he won't let me. Muscle pulled his arm out of the rock and dodged the flying rocks. I can't let Kota get hurt anymore. We have to finish him off here. Run to the camp, Kota. While I distract him, you should be able to escape in time. Why are you doing this? What's the point of all this? Izuku gave the boy a determined look. If I succeed, I will be able to defeat him. Now. Lightning flashed across Midoriya's body, who prepared to jump and pulled his arm back to attack. The black whip began to twist around his body at a frantic speed, reacting to the host's emotions. Flee. Their blows met, everything around them shuddered and froze for a second, only to have the nearby mountains crack under the air pressure an instant later. The pressure created a crater beneath their enemies. Have you run out of strength, Midoriya? Come on, why are you so weak? The villain's arm muscles continued to grow, pressing the teenager against the rocky wall. Izuku's consciousness blurred and he stopped feeling pain. The black whip was still encircling his broken arm, which was drowning in the villain's medley of muscles. No. It's not enough. Run now. Izuku felt his body being pressed against the stone and could only let out a cry of pain. Muscle's hand grew even bigger. Show me your blood. Almighty. Mom. Forgive me. Time seemed to finally stop for Izuku. For the first time in a long time he felt mortal danger again. Like that time under the bridge, he remembered why people are so afraid of dying. And why he would not die now. Dozens of long outgrowths of the black whip sprouted from Izuku's body and enveloped the shocked villain. The whip penetrated under his twisted muscles, tearing them apart and getting closer and closer to his real body. Izuku found himself back in the strange world that the One for All had created. The young man realized he was on the edge of reality in this place. A barely perceptible ripple ran through the dark abyss, the mist swirling around the ninth quirk user. Come on, get a hold of yourself, little one. Midoriya turned at the sound of the voice and saw a man half covered by the same black mist. Already from his voice, Izuku realized that he was dealing with the fifth bearer of the One for All. A smile came across his stern face and he spoke again. You know very well that you can't lose to that idiot. You have my quirk and the One for All booster at your disposal, so prove to yourself and to us that you are worthy of that power. Do you realize that the Toshinori boy chose you for a reason? Izuku saw Kinto's body begin to crawl towards the abyss and nodded hurriedly. Well, that's very good. You're almost ready to face the next quirk, so try harder. A shadow fell over the man's eyes and his body almost completely dissolved into mist. Besides, you'll soon face the battle again. In the next instant, Izuku summoned the full power of his quirk and punched Muscle in the face, knocking him out. Kota looked at the young man, who smiled back despite the pain. You are my hero. See you later. Dabi watched in disgust as his clone turned into a gray mass due to Eraserhead's attack. No matter how weak this copy was, he couldn't turn a blind eye to the professional hero's sure and sharp blows. Although he hated heroes with all his soul, it was foolish to deny their power. From the outside, Dabi might appear impulsive and unfocused, but there was something more inside him than a simple desire to destroy the heroes. Make another copy of me, twice. Dabi never revealed his secrets to anyone, not even his temporary allies. Although he followed the ideology of the hero killer, above all else the young man was driven by his own beliefs. One of the old wounds on his face reopened, a trickle of blood ran down the villain's burned skin. Dabi ran his hand over his cheek and looked at the smeared blood, a smile involuntarily broke out on his face. To save you, I'll have to spill a lot of blood. I'm sure the Endeavor will be furious. Space warped and purple portals appeared next to the villains. Twice and Toga moved instantly while Dabi and Mr. Compress remained in front of the group of students. After a few seconds, one of the villains took off his mask and took out from his mouth two spheres that had Tokiyami and Bakugo sealed. When you pointed the ice at me, I decided to do a couple of imitations. Compress began to dissolve into the portal and took a final bow. I'm heading backstage. A bright laser beam erupted from one side of the forest and wounded the villain, sending the two spheres flying through the air. Todoroki reached for the sphere and was about to grab it when another hand came out of the portal and intercepted the sphere right in front of the student's face. Tough luck for you, Todoroki Shoto. Compress snapped his fingers and the sphere prisoners reappeared. Tokiyami fell nearby and Bakugo remained in the portal that had almost completely engulfed him and Dabi. Time slowed down again for Izuku, who watched as his old friend was enveloped in a purple mist as despair appeared in his eyes. Midoriya remembered seeing that look before, when Bakugo had been attacked by the mud villain. Don't come any closer, Deku. Then as now, there was not a single thought in Izuku's mind, he only saw the man in front of him desperately calling for help. It was just my body moving by itself. Not this time. The Black Whip let go of Midoriya's hand and pulled Bakugo out of the portal an instant before it closed. The villains left with nothing, without having kidnapped any students. About 15 minutes later, firemen, medics, policemen and professional heroes arrived at the camp as reinforcements. Most of the students present were unharmed, and those who were injured in the fight with the villains or gassed were evacuated to a nearby hospital. The villains' plans were thwarted and none of the students were captured, but the whereabouts of one man remained unknown. Professional heroine Ragdoll had been kidnapped, and now the police were trying to track down the League of Villains. The three villains who could be apprehended were immediately sent to Tartarus to await trial there. After talking to Tsukauchi, Toshinori eventually became convinced that none other than All for One was behind it all. The hero didn't even want to think about why the villain wanted to kidnap the students. The looming operation to rescue the heroine awakened long-forgotten feelings in Toshinori. The Almighty felt the burning fire of One for All inside him more than ever. The final battle with the enemy was approaching. Kota watched the night sky through the window of his room, sitting comfortably in his armchair. The boy gathered his legs against his chest and cringed at the painful memories. The events of the last day wouldn't leave his mind, wouldn't let him sleep or concentrate. He replayed over and over in his head the scene where an ordinary student had saved him from the villain. Try as the boy might, he couldn't stop shaking from those damned memories. But it wasn't even about the villain. In his mind remained the image of a hero with his arm raised high. A hero who risked his life for an ordinary boy. I'll save you, no matter what. Why did you say that so easily? You were well aware that you could die. And why? Just because you want to be a hero. No. Now. How could you risk your life so easily with so much strength? Did your quirk allow you to become like that? What if all that power was in the hands of another man? Would it make anyone love you? Kota averted his gaze to a distant light in the sky, shining more brightly. It reminded him of a person. Even. Of me. Chapter 7. Cruelty. A single ray of sunlight shone through the narrow window under the roof, bringing some warmth to the damp, cold room. The captive, who had long since lost the will to live, did not even try to move. The man looked too exhausted and tired, his once snow-white hair had turned into dirty, matted locks that covered his face. Forcing his eyes open, he pushed the locks aside and stared into the darkness. The small window was not large enough to illuminate the cell well. The young man had been here for several days now, pondering the meaning of life. However, this subject had always seemed to him too far removed from real life. He used to think that dreaming about something so complicated was pointless. He lived in the here and now, without thinking about the future. But after spending a few days in detention, completely deprived of any freedom, The young man realized that he lived in an extraordinary time. At the same time too cruel and too beautiful. The so-called beginning of time, when the quirks were just beginning to appear among humans. When they were something new and unexplored. Life and society's ways were changing every day, some people's destinies were being destroyed. To start something new. This was the era in which Yoichi Shigaraki, whose older brother would later become Japan's greatest villain, lived. For Yoichi, time dragged on unbearably, moments turned into eternity. An eternity that gave him the opportunity to finally get to the truth. In his head he replayed many times the conversation with his brother, going over all the scenarios. Yoichi thought he was ready to give his answer. As if in response to his thoughts, the heavy steel door creaked open. The bright light blinded the young man for a second, but the silhouette of a man immediately appeared in the passageway. "Aren't you eating again? When will your senseless protest end, my unintelligent little brother?" Yoichi ignored the question and looked into his brother's burning red eyes, his lips curved into a grimace. "Why, you've paid me a visit too, brother. You realized your minions couldn't break me and came yourself. Maybe. Is this your desperate gamble?" A chuckle was heard on one side of the passageway and a silhouette approached the prisoner. "You seem to have become quite talkative during the time you've been here. I'll be honest, I like it. You've always been too far removed from society. You never found your place among the others." A shadow crept over Yoichi's tired eyes, something in his mind went blank. "But I still love you, because you are my only family. You can take that as an answer to your question. By the way, you should learn some manners. Ignoring others is not a good habit." A huge figure loomed over Yoichi. He looked up and met his brother's calm gaze, in which he thought he saw something unusual. "You're lying." Yunosha tensed and clenched his hand into a fist. "This is not love. You never loved anyone. We were all pawns to you. Expendable." Yoichi knew perfectly well that he was ready to scream. For a while, he had been raging with hatred, wanting to lash out at his hated brother. But, in an instant, all emotion disappeared, a strange calm filled the void. "Isn't that what happened, brother? What is? Did I subconsciously not want to hurt him myself?" There was silence in the room for a few seconds. Yoichi wasn't used to his brother taking so long to answer. "No more lies. No more manipulation. I'm just telling the truth, silly little brother." Yoichi closed his eyes with a sigh, trying to gather his thoughts. "Come on. I've repeated this moment so many times. As if my whole life has led me to this. But your words. Are you telling the truth? What does it matter now? None of this matters. All this time here, I've been thinking about that question you asked me. You remember, don't you?" Yoichi noticed the slight surprise on his brother's face, which was quickly replaced by the usual indifference. "You're ignoring me again, and I'm almost in tears. But, share your thoughts with me." The young man felt an inner impulse and began to speak. "I analyzed my actions and the actions of other people. Everything I have observed throughout my life. For a long time I thought that we humans were unique beings. That we had a rightful place on this planet. I thought that intelligence made us special, gave us the right to rule in life. But only now do I realize that humans are what makes this world so ridiculous and cruel." All for one listened attentively to his brother. Of course the world was cruel before us. Cruelty is part of all living things. But at the same time with the cruelty this living being created, there was also something beautiful. And at some point humans came along. They fit into the cycle and continued to live, evolve and create new things. They brought more cruelty into the world, but they also made it more beautiful. And so it continued until there came a time. Yoichi took a breath and made sure his older brother was still listening to him. "I don't know when humanity passed the point of no return, it doesn't matter anymore. At some point, people lost the urge to create. They started building weapons to destroy. In other words, at a certain point, all living things began to seek destruction. You could say it became the meaning of our lives. Humanity successfully climbed to the top and now slid down. Centuries would pass, but sooner or later humankind would destroy itself." Something sparked inside Yoichi and he frantically looked around, trying to see something in the darkness that disturbed him. When the strange feeling disappeared, he turned to his brother and continued. Surely there were people who were creating something new, beautifying this world. Maybe there was hope for us, but the quirks appeared. Yes. Because of them all progress stopped. Now we are definitely falling into the abyss without even realizing it. People like you will ruin this world. That's my answer, brother. All for One was silent for a few seconds before bursting into loud laughter. Wow. It's unusual to hear you say more than 2 sentences in a row. Are you sure you're my little brother, that you're not possessed in there? You think that's funny? It's about people like. Yeah, I hear you. It's actually pretty good, but it sounds too much like the narrow-minded musings of a teenager, no offense bro. But, I hear ya. And, I kind of like it. All that honesty. A few red lightning bolts ran down the villain's arm, and the usual smile disappeared from his face. Well, now it's time to move on to the serious stuff. Maybe you didn't know it, but I have a dream, or rather I had a dream. Now all dreams come true. All for One roughly grabbed his brother's face. I've found a quirk that even your weak body can handle. Yoichi staggered helplessly in his brother's steely grip, trying unsuccessfully to wriggle free. No. Red energy enveloped the brothers. Remember this and never forget it. It's all for you, little brother. Enough. The unbearable pain made the young man scream at the top of his lungs. Yoichi felt himself losing consciousness, and in the last seconds he heard a distant voice through his own scream. You started this story. Why? Shigaraki's eyes were bloodshot with anger as he looked around the bar that served as a hideout for the villains. You talentless pieces of shit. With more force than usual, the villain began scratching the back of his neck, reaching for the nearest table with his other hand. How could one miss? To a child. Dabi ran his hand through his singed hair a couple of times and leaned back in his creaky chair. We've already told you everything. That boy interrupted us at the last moment. Midoriya, I think. Whose fault was it that the big guy couldn't handle him? I don't care. The table turned to dust in seconds under Tamura's touch. The room went silent again, only the hum of the computer diluted the silence. The screen was still blank. Shigaraki closed his eyes, trying to calm himself and forget about the growing itch. Izuku Midoriya. I really don't like it when someone gets in my way. It's time to take it seriously. Be patient, Shigaraki Tamura. You'll still have a chance to prove yourself. A commanding voice echoed in the room from the monitor. Yes, master. I will destroy absolutely everything, just as I promised. Luckily, Tamura's consciousness brought back old memories. He saw a little boy trembling with fear. He saw himself, huddled against a wall, in an attempt to hide from the cruel world. No one helped you, did they? Poor Shimura Tenko. But everything will be all right now, and I'll save you. That's why I'm here. After a few seconds, Dabi got up from the table and walked over to the bar. I hate to interrupt your incredibly dark and villainous dialogue, but I want a drink. It's been a hot day. Hot. Suddenly, there was a banging noise. Pizza delivery. Everyone in the room froze and looked first at Dabi and then at the front door. What? That's not. One of the walls collapsed with a crash, letting the heroes into the shelter. I'm here. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Lady Mountain smashed the laboratory with a single blow, cutting off the villains' access to Nome. A squad of professional heroes led by Best Jeanist disarms all the monsters and accomplishes the main goal of the operation, saving the heroine Ragdoll. However, in a few minutes the heroes will stop communicating and the Almighty, sensing the approach of his main enemy, will come to their aid. That's the best you can do. You can't beat me like that. All for One's hand enlarged and created a draft. The villain swung to deliver another blow. I continue. The exhausted body of hero number 1 shuddered. The Almighty gathered strength and transferred it to his other hand. Not to the fullest. All for One recoiled in horror at the hero, trying to increase the distance as fast as possible. The Almighty spun around and tore into the villain with a scream. It was at that moment that time slowed down for Toshinori. He saw the lightning curving around his arm. He saw the despair on his enemy's face. He felt the flames of One for All within him. And now, the moment of his first battle with the bastard, when he had almost destroyed him, flashed before his eyes. He remembered how he had arrived at the mysterious space place, remembered the barely visible figure of the teacher and her words. And now she had reappeared, not in reality, only in his tired mind. This power passes from generation to generation, accumulating power and experience. It will continue to serve the people. No, Toshinori felt it was not just her. All our hopes would be centered on one point. All her predecessors as invisible guardians gathered for this final blow. Now it's your turn. Do your best, Toshinori. Farewell, all for one. A giant tornado formed from the tremendous impact, lifting the debris of nearby buildings into the air. At the very epicenter, in the enormous vortex, stood the peace symbol with its head proudly raised. An indestructible pillar of society, it would now have to withdraw. The Almighty had lost most of his strength in this battle, but the flame of the One for All had not yet left him. Toshinori knew that he had been aided by someone whose presence he had felt throughout the battle. He could only guess what One for All had in store for him. Hello everyone, I am the manager of your favorite animal. Lately, the quality of my wool, of which I am so proud, has undergone a non-positive change. The murmuring of the students ceased as Nezu stepped up to the microphone and began his speech. The second school term began with the usual speech from the principal and teachers, but this time there was tension in the air. Izuku turned away from his friends, to the edge of the crowd of students. Something in the boy's eyes faded as he met his mentor's gaze again. As you all know, there was an incident during the summer break that shattered our routine. We lost our pillar. The whole hero system is already facing great difficulties. Don't forget that you are all the heirs of hero number 1. And, of course, we must maintain peace and stability in society. Toshinori stirred nervously in his chair and looked around at the uneven rows of students. Why are you talking about me as if I were already dead? Don't forget the hero practices, which will give you even more responsibility. More than ever before, you must understand and realize the cost of your actions. And, of course, you must be prepared for the consequences. When the meeting was over, Izuku turned away from the crowd to sink back into his thoughts. Lately, he had begun to notice himself drifting further and further away from his friends and comrades. He knew they were very worried and he himself was just as worried. Midoriya never meant to hurt the people he cared about, but recent events had affected him too much. The fighting on Kamino had once again reminded Izuku how fragile human life was and how even a great power like One for All could seem insignificant. Yes, the Almighty had won, but too much had been given in return. The boy's eyes glowed bright green and lightning flashed down his arm. All for one. No, he wasn't the only one there. The entire league, led by Shigaraki. I can never understand their actions. They have no noble goals, they do not fight for what is right. They only bring chaos and destruction. Midoriya activated the quirk and looked hypnotized at his hand, on which red lines were stretched. To visualize the power and facilitate its use, he sometimes imagined One for All as a circulatory system running through his body and filling it with power. So that they can no longer harm other people. They must be destroyed. A sudden thought arose from somewhere in the depths of his mind and disappeared just as quickly. Izuku deactivated the quirk and looked up at the sky in surprise. I'll be fine, kid. A few days after the Battle of Kamino, Toshinori received his first visitor. The man was pleased to see his student in good spirits. Of course, the boy was excited and worried. The hero did not want to alarm him even more. After all, the strange behavior of One for All had already tired him too much. The rest of the flame is still in me. To be honest, I thought I would say goodbye to Quirk completely, but there was something there. It looks like I could have been in your shoes. As a hero, I will retire, but I will be able to lead a normal life. Toshinori smiled as he looked at his successor and his displays of concern. Shigaraki never appeared, what would he do now? The Almighty's gaze darkened. I don't think he's worth worrying about for now. But still, my gut tells me that this isn't the end. All for One has been defeated, but our power is not diminishing. On the contrary. Toshinori's gaze met his students, the quirk forming a bond between them that allowed them to understand each other without words. The flames grew fiercer. The room fell silent, with the clock ticking and the wind howling on the other side of the window. Enough of this, let's talk about something positive. You may not know it, but you will soon have an internship with a professional hero. I'm sure it will be an unforgettable experience for you, my boy. Yeah, I've heard that before. Still, it sounds very exciting. Indeed it does. My mom will be here soon. You know, she's been worried sick. So I think I'll go back home. Midoriya stood up awkwardly and walked slowly towards the exit. Ah, Inko. Then I'll call Tsukauchi for now. He was mentioning something about leaking information from the police station. The boy stopped in front of the door and took one last look at his mentor. And thank you for everything, Izuku. Toshinori settled into the hospital bed and pulled out his old phone. Scrolling quickly through the list, he stopped at the detective's name. I completely forgot to tell young Midoriya about him. Even before I met him, I was looking for a successor to Yue. I wonder if things could have worked out differently. The plastic hero figure fell to the floor with a thud, breaking the silence of the room. The plastic hero figure fell to the floor with a thud, breaking the silence of the room, which was part of a huge subway complex that no ordinary person could enter. The girl's blonde hair fluttered at the sudden movement and she averted her gaze to her bandaged hands. She wanted to be an ordinary girl, playing with her friends and not worrying about anything. Although, she certainly didn't know what friends were. Eri had spent most of her life in the dark rooms of a Yakuza hideout. Sure, they had converted them into children's rooms, trying to create the illusion of a normal life, but to the girl, it all looked like an ordinary cage. Her eyes were glazed over and the horn on her forehead flickered in the dull light. All her life she had been afraid of herself. Not of the people she had experimented on, not of the terrifying masked man, but of herself. They said she was a monster. That she was cursed and sick. And the girl believed it when she saw the truth with her own eyes. The door creaked open and Eri slowly turned her head toward the man standing in the doorway. Get up. No. Not again. I don't want to. Get up and work. Our mission is not over yet. The girl looked at the fallen figure with despair. The demon at her back was slowly approaching. Someone. Please. Save me. The desk was littered with folders and stationery. A huge pile of papers was barely falling on the professional hero. The man was focused on the computer screen. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard had been in the room for over an hour. Sir, you might want to clean this place up. Don't forget that the students will be arriving soon. All sounds ceased, and the man leaned back in his chair, stretching his neck slightly. I'd better. Suddenly, the door burst open and another person rushed into the darkened room. A light blue-skinned, blue-haired girl was trying to say something through her ragged breathing after a long run. Calm down, Kaoruko. What's the matter? Sir. It seems to have moved. The revitalizer has started to take effect. What an abomination. After several unsuccessful attempts to wipe the dirt and blood off his clothes, the leader of the 8 death pacts gave up and hurried to his own laboratory. One of many in the Yakuza hideout. Having to use a quirk to get rid of him. Chisaki Kai had long since rejected the use of quirk for such petty things, but lately the young man had had to use it more and more in battles. Too much filth has hit the streets since the fall of All for One. Those nasty upstarts think they have a right to be on my turf. Intolerance of filth was not only a real disease of Kai's, but also an ideological attitude. He was not like his adoptive father, he was not constrained by the framework of Yakuza nobility. Chisaki believed that he was entrusted with the greatest mission to save the world by getting rid of all the trash. Those scum from the League of Villains. We should have finished them off there. The man took off his clothes and walked to one of the rooms where the former Yakuza leader and his adoptive father were now standing. How dare that idiot Shigaraki put such conditions on me? Chisaki walked calmly through the room and stopped in front of a white hospital bed. Maybe I can use them for my own benefit. Yes, that's right. They will be good expendable items. No matter heroes or villains, no matter what costume you wear or what exploits you do. It all pales in comparison to my purpose. Sorry to have kept you waiting, father. It won't be long before you restore our clan to its former glory. In a world without Quirk. In fact, I decided to accept you when you first crossed the threshold. Izuku wiped the blood from his face and stared at the hero. What? But that doesn't mean I accepted you. I did it to show you the cruelty of this world. To help you realize if you are really worthy of this power. Mirio smiled and approached Midoriya, helping him up from the ground. If you want to become a new symbol, you need more than just great strength. Sir Night-Eye fixed his glasses and looked at Yue's two apprentices. Tomorrow you will have your first patrol with Mirio, try not to mess up. It's an honor, sir. When everyone had left the office, the man looked at the mess left by Izuku's attempt to snatch the seal and sighed heavily. Who is going to clean all this up? As planned, Izuku and Mirio went on a joint patrol the next day. We're on the trail of a dangerous group called the 8 Death Pacts, so stay on guard. Their leader has been active lately. What, the Yakuza? That sounds creepy. They were almost wiped out in the past, but for some reason, they've been gaining strength again. Also, we have information that they've contacted the League of Villains. Izuku shuddered and froze, stopping listening to the conversation. So Shigaraki is involved. Night-Eye and Bubble Girl headed back to their patrol territory. Lemillion turned to Deku and looked the boy over from head to toe. I like your hero suit, not a bad design for combining speed and defense, it goes with your quirk. Are you okay? Midoriya shook his head and looked at Mirio. Yes, I'm fine. I thought of something. That's the way it is, oh well. By the way, we have two options for the same road. We can go down a busy street, or we can go closer to the development where there are more small, narrow streets. We'll go both ways, but maybe you'd like to start somewhere. Izuku turned around and looked thoughtfully at the people passing by for a few seconds. His eyes sparkled for a moment, faint green sparks ran through his body. Why don't we start in the residential area? At the same time, a girl broke free from the warden's grasp to hide in the narrow alleys between the houses. Why do you keep acting so selfishly, Eri? Chisaki pushed the girl towards the table where there was a cage with a lab rat. Not again. Since you ran away, I almost had to use a quirk on those students. The girl looking for a hero had to go back to the demon. Don't go, don't leave me. Let's go. Eri found herself near the cage with the lab animal. I don't want to. A strong jolt made her turn around and look at Chisaki in horror. Her eyes were burning with madness, her hand gripped the girl's shoulder tighter. Haven't you noticed anything yet? You must develop your quirk to rid the world of the contagion. We will be the sacrifice to save the world. Who but you can eradicate this human vice? How dare you refuse? The girl sobbed and pushed the head of the Covenants away. But I don't want to kill anyone else. Eri, we need to do this precisely because our world has gone so crazy. The quirk is a disease we need to cure. We need to do this for the sake of everyone else, why can't you understand that? Chisaki took several deep breaths, trying to catch her breath, and looked at the girl cowering in a corner. That's right. You're still too young. That's why, as always, I have to do everything with my own hands. Eri looked fearfully at the man as she put her hand to her glove. You know I don't like dirty methods, don't you? Restorer, Shigaraki has made contact. Chisaki turned to her maid and gave her a questioning look. He is willing to cooperate with us. Without turning to the girl, the man left the room. Eri tried to calm the trembling in her body, the image of the two heroes reappeared before her eyes. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the cage in which the unsuspecting animal cowered. Bright memories were immediately replaced by bloody ones, as she remembered how many she had already destroyed on Chisaka's orders. Please, if anyone knows I'm here. Please save me. I want so much to be free. The lamp in the room flickered several times. The girl's wish could not be heard. This place is boring. However, the place is just like its owner. Shigaraki scratched his neck several times and slumped down on the sofa with his feet on the glass table. I've been wandering through its labyrinths for 30 minutes, do you think I have nothing to do? It's only precautions that keep us alive. Get your filthy feet off my desk, you idiot. Shigaraki shot a glance from under his mask, but didn't move. Yes, shall we start the discussion? Chisaki looked at his opponent sadly and shook his head nervously. So, in a phone call, you said you would join us under certain conditions. Yes. That's the plan. How about this? You're the one who will join us. We will cooperate on equal terms, but we will be free to act. The benefits must be mutual. That's all there is to it. There's one more thing. Tell me about your plan. I need to know who I'm going to give it to. Shigaraki reached into the inside pocket of his cloak. I'm afraid even if I did, you wouldn't understand. What are you talking about? Tamura pulled out a small oblong object with a needle on the end. This has something to do with Compress losing his quirk for a while, doesn't it? This interests me a lot. I have an annoying guy in mind. Almighty, it's time for you to retire. Toshinori, who was bandaged, was struggling to move forward, leaning against the wall. Haven't you seen the news? The people need me, which means I have no choice. I have to go. With desperation in his eyes, Night Eye tried to stop the hero. If you continue, your condition will only get worse. You should retire as a legend and quietly find a successor, no one will judge you for it. Of course it will be hard at first, but sooner or later a new symbol of peace will be found. And what will happen to society in the meantime? How many people will suffer until a new pillar is found? As long as there is a single person asking for salvation, I will not stand still. If you don't stop, you will meet a horrible death at the hands of a villain. You will die fighting with your last strength. Toshinori paused and heaved a sigh of relief. It's over, we disagreed about my future. Wide-eyed, Izuku watched his mentor, trying to comprehend what he had heard. The Almighty. Die. Everyone's going to die sooner or later, right? Why does it bother me so much? When he heard you were going to get the quirk. Of course he was against it. It drove us further apart. But can this future be changed? Is it really a foregone conclusion? Did you just believe it? Midoriya looked at the idol in despair. Don't you dare die, live. Midoriya, my boy. Back then, I accepted it easily. To be honest, at any time during the Battle of the Way, my life hung in the balance, but One for All saved me. Perhaps it is this power that can undo any absurdity, even fate. You were there, you changed me and gave me meaning for the rest of my life. Inko told me to raise and protect you. So I will fight to the end. Yes. If anything happens, we'll change destiny together. Toshinori rubbed the boy's head and smiled. I'll try not to cause you too much trouble, boy. At Night Eye's request, a crowd of professional heroes and their apprentices joined forces to jointly attack the hideout of the 8 Death Pacts. After a long and thorough surveillance, we discovered that they had contacted the League of Villains several times. According to our speculation, they may well have agreed to cooperate. Izuku was happy to be reunited with his friends, but also very worried, because the mission promised to be very dangerous. Besides, we know that the Restorer is using a certain girl named Eri to manufacture bullets that can disable the quirk. Everyone present tensed even more as they realized the horrors that were happening right under the heroes' noses. Midoriya closed his eyes and tried to contain his anger. He remembered how something had shown him the way to the place where they had stumbled upon Eri and the Restorer. And she regretted more than anyone not being able to save the girl back then. We can't let this nightmare continue. Let's end it all in one attack, capture the Restorer and save the girl. The assault began and the heroes encountered the first resistance in the form of a living maze, controlled by one of Chisaka's handmaidens. Lemillion advanced without a second thought to find the target of the entire operation as soon as possible. The Sun Devourer engaged the 3 villains in combat, allowing the others to come to Mirio's aid. Defeating more and more villains along the way, Deku, Eraserhead and Night Eye were able to reach Mirio, who was already fighting the Restorer. Shoot! With a kick, Izuku punched through the wall and time began to slow down for him, all senses sharpened to the extreme. The bullet flying towards Eri seemed incredibly slow, even slower than the hero covering the girl. It seemed like the whole world was about to collapse. Midoriya was seeing something inevitable, other people's voices mingling in his head. It could not be otherwise. The bullet slammed into Lemillion, snatching his quirk. Time resumed its course, a terrible rumble was heard and the villains stared at the heroes who had appeared. No. Why? Why didn't the Black Whip work? Without slowing down, Deku attacked the Restorer, throwing him away from Mirio. What the hell had happened? Why didn't the quirk activate? Night Eye, get Lemillion and the girl away. Chisaki is barely standing upright. Her subordinates are unconscious. Did Mirio protect her alone? Stop interrupting me. Eraserhead fell under the influence of the enemy quirk, and Restorer was able to use the power. The villain threw stone spikes in all directions at high speed, forcing the heroes to retreat. Chisaki used the quirk on a minion and his appearance changed. The villain, even more monstrous, prepared for another attack. Now you're going to give Eri back to me. Deku prepared for the attack, summoning more of the power of One for All. Isn't this world cruel, Lemillion? You could have kept fighting for your dreams, you could have avoided losing your quirk forever. But you were unlucky. You were very strong and you could have stopped me, but now it's your fault that your friends will die too. Instantly confronting the villain, Izuku tore off part of a stone spike and attacked the Restorer. The pointed end pierced his arm, but disintegrated immediately thanks to Chisaka's quirk. All you have is strength and speed. Deku bounced away from the villain, with Night Eye's projectiles smashing into him at breakneck speed. The hero pushed Izuku out of the way and lunged forward. I'll distract him, you help Lemillion and Eri. Dodging another attack, Night Eye approached the Restorer. I'll hold him at bay and keep him from using a quirk in the vicinity. You used one of the bullets, didn't you? Is that how much you feared Lemillion? Get out of my way. The hero realized he was only delaying the inevitable future. The future he saw never changed, that was always an undeniable fact. It was because of the despair he always saw in the future that Night Eye didn't want to use the quirk. The stone blocks rearranged themselves into sharp spikes in an instant, piercing the hero through and through. And in that moment, I wanted to see hope, not despair. You are the only one of us who can still fight. Please let me see your future. Izuku lunged at Chisaki angrily, oblivious to the hero's gaze. I won't let you do it again. One for all 45. Why do you keep fighting? Anyway, you can't escape death. A black whip sprouted from the boy's body and curled around his arms and legs, squeezing the open wounds. The body was pierced like a spear by excruciating pain. A bright, blinding green lightning surrounded the hero. Deku squeezed like a spring, straining his legs to the limit, propelled himself from the nearest block that had broken away from the wall and ran towards the villain. In a matter of seconds, he caught up to Chisaki and sent him straight to the ceiling with a powerful kick. I don't care about that, I'll change the future myself. Izuku felt his body become too light, something completely out of the ordinary was affecting him. Preparing to jump, Midoriya concentrated on the unfamiliar sensation and summoned even more of the power of One for All. Small stones and other debris flew from the ground and swirled around the boy as if in weightlessness, the air around him turning viscous. The sound of the impact swept through the area, leaving only a crater and clouds of dust rising where the hero had just been. Izuku mustered all available strength and rushed upward, smashing through the walls and ceiling of the subway structure with the villain. At that moment he felt like the freest man in the whole world, his body gliding through the air and his gaze directed skyward. So that's flying. Nana Shimura's quirk. The last remnants of the future flashed before Night Eye's eyes. The bloodless eye escorted the boy who had taken off before sinking back into the dark catacombs. Drawing his last sighs, the hero picked up a shard of glass from the floor to find a grimace distorted by fear and despair in the reflection. If I had known what I would do. A weakened hand fell to the cold concrete. Remember, Toshinori. You must protect Inko. Nana averted her gaze to the horizon, hiding it from her student. Inko. Who is she? For a few more seconds, the flames woven by the voices of the past roared in her mind. One for All pressed on her subconscious more than ever, her body churning from the inside out. The heroine closed her eyes and took a breath. I don't know, but you have to do it. At any cost. At any cost. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Already familiar, the place woven from a mosaic of darkness did not inspire fear in him. He realized he was back inside One for All. What happened to me? I think I defeated Chisaki. And then, I don't think Izuku can have a quirk. Someone's voice suddenly broke the silence of the abyss, making Izuku flinch. Vague images, distant memories began to flash before his eyes. Dozens of voices melted, the space around the boy warped and filled with fragments of memories. "What are you doing? Fight." Through the growing noise, Izuku made out single sentences. "You can become a hero." The images kept speeding up, snaking around the boy. "Sorahiko, thank you. Inko. Who is it?" Struggling with a foggy mind, Midoriya tried to make sense of the fragmentary sentences. Focusing on a random snippet, the boy saw a panorama of the ruined city and the figures of 3 people on top of one of the buildings. Here he was coming, the bastard. The imaginary connection was quickly broken, throwing the boy further and further into the abyss of memories. It dragged him further and further away. "Who are you?" And further. "You must die." And further. "So it was you." Everything stopped too fast, like a click. The voices fell silent, the images stopped and dissipated. Izuku was alone in the middle of infinite space. "You started the story." A distant, ingratiating whisper came from far away, causing Midoriya to raise his head. "I'm sorry." The boy turned sharply and met the gaze of the quirk's first owner. "It happens. Sometimes. Maybe this quirk is too hard to understand. But it's not just that." The fading shadow of the man named Yoichi Shigaraki shifted his gaze to the boy. "Ah, yes. You still can't talk here. I'm sorry to have to listen to my chattering. Ah, there are many things you'd like to know, aren't there?" The man walked through the bottomless space past the boy as if it were ordinary ground. "Who knows, maybe it's for the best, smiled the former, meeting the boy's confused gaze. "But now you're here for one thing. Izuku, do you remember all those strange dreams, visions, things that came to you before you had our power? However, after Toshinori gave you the One for All, things only got more complicated. Am I right?" Midoriya tried to nod. "There was a reason for all this. Everything in your world has a reason. It's just that. You already had a quirk, Izuku Midoriya. Ever since you were born, you had no shortage of special powers." Chapter 8. The Storm. The meager rays of the setting sun continued to beat down on the outskirts of the city, held back only by the sparse skyscrapers. The damp earth, soaked by the recent rain, absorbed the last of the heat before twilight crept through the long, narrow streets. The few inhabitants of the city hurried to hide in the houses, old but strangely monolithic. They were as tall as the city's new skyscrapers, clinging to every foot of ground. It was as if this place, these people rejected any change, clinging desperately to the vestiges of the past. But they were afraid of the way the familiar world changes at night, when the light recedes, leaving room for all the hidden fears. The fear of the unknown of darkness has been embedded in the hearts of men since their emergence, and did not disappear even when they believed themselves to be gods. So now they run, trying to escape as quickly as possible from the coming night. Darkness descends upon Naruhata. Just a little longer and I will fulfill my destiny. A lone glimmer of light hit her face, making her turn away from the empty city. Nana stepped away from the edge of the roof and leaned her shoulder against the cold concrete wall beside her friend. Silence held her back, but the heroine dared not disturb the idyll between them. Do we humans really have no freedom? We believe that we decide our destiny, that we decide what our future will be. But this is nothing more than a deception. Because freedom is the greatest lie in the world. Can beings bound by death and eternal oblivion be free? He looked away from his companion. Tired and exhausted, he contemplated the yellow mask in his hands. His suit was dusty and tattered, soaked with blood and sweat. The gray in his hair was clearly visible, and the weight of responsibility for the whole country rested on his shoulders. Now my life will be thrown into the foundation on which our society will firmly stand in the future. Is there any point in thinking about the rightness of our actions, because everything will become clear only when we face the consequences? No. Because if I do not give meaning to my actions, then all that my predecessors sacrificed will simply be meaningless. Again thinking about nonsense. Nana looked up at the increasingly darkening sky that covered the town. If there was ever a place where there was any kind of freedom, even if it was an imaginary freedom. If there was any place that would allow one to selfishly detach oneself from the weight of the mundane world. It would surely be somewhere far away, among the stars. Nana knew it since she was a child. Now she saw it clearer and more transparent than ever, clearly disturbing. How ironic that even my quirk didn't help me get to them. I remember you yourself telling me to think more of nonsense, Sorahiko. She smiled and closed her eyes. Yes, I did. And now everything that happens seems like a lot of nonsense to me. The cold wind made her shiver and pull her cloak tighter. I see how much things bother you, and you don't know how angry I am that I can't help you. The hero stopped talking and clenched his fist painfully. And you. Don't do it, Sorahiko. That's enough. You have no idea how much I can't tell you, not even about this quirk. But it's better for you, Sora. Let it all disappear with me. You know that in front of other people, we try to keep our vices as far away as possible. We are heroes, after all, who in the eyes of people cannot be less than the absolute ideal. Nana smiled bitterly, shivered slightly at the gust of wind and met his gaze. I can only be myself around you and Toshinori, and right now that's enough for me. But only to you can I show you the other side, only to you can I open myself completely, you understand, don't you? It was one of the few times she opened up so much that Sorahiko could almost see the seriousness emanating from her, heavy and unsettling. You realize perfectly well that I won't survive the next fight with him. I go there knowing full well that I won't come back. And I've sacrificed everything for this moment. Kindness, love, family, humanity. I have forever taken with me the joy of life and the possibility of peace. My entire journey here has been cursed from the beginning. She took a breath, burned by the cold night air. But though there were times when I wanted to drop everything and run away, I could not. My hatred, my selfishness, my drive to fight kept me on my path. From the day I received One for All, I knew that my mission was to save the world from injustice, whatever it took, but now that I had reached the edge of the abyss, I could see deep down all that I had sacrificed. Nana searched somewhere within herself, her power, trying to find some answer in the limitless void. Our power was created by the All for One, and we are forever doomed to use it to defeat it. I gave up my whole life so that the existence of the previous quirk bearers would have some meaning. I am fighting a battle whose outcome I am not even destined to see, all for the slightest chance of a peaceful life for some strangers in the future. Yeah, I guess that's why they call us heroes. A heavy silence fell over the hero couple. The air, viscous and oppressive, made it difficult to breathe fully. You don't have to worry about that. Nana looked at her partner in surprise. You can deny everything you have left. Leave it to me and fight you two without remorse, even if you die. I swear I won't let your fight be meaningless. If necessary, I will carry it through the years. And everyone will know that your life was not in vain. Allow me. See the dawn you fight for. They tried to hide their tears. They realized that these moments were the last time they could be honest even with themselves. Sorahiko, thank you. Your quirk was not perceptible, it only manifested occasionally, summoning memories from the depths of your mind. Normally people can't recall moments from the depths of childhood, or any ordinary day. It is a normal process of human memory, but your quirk serves as a sort of vessel where all memories are stored. As I said, you had no way to experience its effects, nor to retrieve the memories you needed on your own. But that all changed when you received the One for All. Now the first's words were nothing more than a distant sound of wind in your head, imperceptible and meaningless. It wasn't a ringing bell, it wasn't a loud bang on the anvil, it wasn't something that completely changed your perspective on life. It was not the weight of those words that had changed his life. Everything had already been said, everything had already been done. Now, even such a momentous moment that had occurred only a year ago seemed to Izuku no more than the faintest star on the infinite horizon that was the river of memories. The young man pulled the tattered yellow scarf over his face and looked out into the streets where life was still bustling. His eyes reflected infinity. Endless people bustling on the long sidewalks, endless cars on the roads leading into the horizon, endless memories running through his head. Past and present swirled together, in a single dance permeated with pure chaos. As if they had become pulsars, limitless in speed and power, the memories swirled in a single current. The current was a wild and unbridled river. A river in which he was drowning. A river that carried him further and further into the depths of consciousness. For Izuku Midoriya, a sophomore at UA Academy, the moment a year ago when he learned of his quirk and his mundane musings on one of the skyscraper rooftops in the present were on the same plane. They were at the same far and near distance. All the events of the endless stream of memories went eerily back into the past, and yet they absorbed him in every moment of time, making him a participant in all the events. They made him live other people's lives. Learning almost everything about that same life, from the beautiful to the horrifying. The one thing Izuku was sure of now, the one thing he was convinced of with total clarity, was that the moment he had met his quirk had made him a different person. His phone vibrated in one of the pockets of his hero's suit. Midoriya looked at the screen for a few seconds, made sure his lunch break was coming to an end and stood up quietly. The wind stirred his black and green suit, tattered and torn in places, reinforced with armor plates and other gadgets provided by the academy. It had been a long time since he had washed it. Midoriya stretched slightly, moved a few meters away from the edge of the roof and prepared to jump. Sprinting, she propelled herself off the edge and, seized by the quirk of flight, flew towards the academy. I shouldn't miss any more classes, I'm already far away from the academy. No, that's not the worst of it. I had to isolate myself so much from my family and friends to make them feel less distressed that I hardly talk to them anymore. I didn't mean to, but they couldn't understand me even if they could. His thoughts jumped back a year. When you became one for all, your quirk merged with the core that already contained our powers. You know that one for all got stronger with each generation, and all the quirks in the core got stronger. Yours was no exception, it morphed and expanded. It absorbed the memories of all previous one for all hosts. And if before you only saw some memories of your past, now you started to receive fragments of our common memories. You began to see our past. From that day on, Izuku began to try to delve at will into the memories of his predecessors. At first there were only failures, the memories flickered haphazardly, lacked clarity, were too brief and vague. But over time, Midoriya learned to immerse himself and be an observer in many moments of the past. The closer to his time the past guest lived, the better he was able to evoke his memories. Over the months, he lived hundreds and thousands of moments from the lives of his predecessors, gaining experience and power. Of course, he also had to see some horrible moments, not excluding the last moments of the lives of past hosts. During all this time, the young man had developed an immeasurable hatred for the villain who had killed all his predecessors. For himself, Izuku had long ago imposed a rigid rule. He had sworn to himself to destroy All for One and Shigaraki. He swore that when the time was right, his hand would not waver. He swore that he would take revenge. Of course. That's why they can't understand me. They think that locking him up will solve the problem. But they are making a big mistake. Only I know the truth, only I can put an end to them. I must confront them no matter what it takes. Even. Something shuddered faintly in his mind. It was as if a small ripple had passed through the ocean of memories. He knew that the words of someone from the past had reached him again. UAE's building could be seen in the distance. Even if I am left alone. Midoriya flew closer and closer to the academy, his thoughts turning more and more to the classes he would soon have and the forced contact with his friends. He was thinking less and less about his quirk and who had told him about it. The first headline of One for All was the only one whose memories Izuku had not been able to penetrate. However, we cannot be sure that the development of his quirk had stopped. Perhaps it can be said that in its further evolution, it can grant you truly terrifying powers. 9th. From now on, we will call ourselves the Paranormal Liberation Front. We will continue to fight the Destro way, folks. However, we will now have powerful allies on our side. Destro's fiery speech was greeted with a standing ovation from the motley crowd gathered around the new leaders of his organization. Tamura Shigaraki, who had seized power after the battle with Aris, was now trying out his new leadership role. Hidden by the noise of the cheering crowd, Shigaraki left his seat and headed for the subway laboratory, where his faithful servant All for One was finalizing the last preparations for the impending battle. "How's it going, Doctor?" Tamura strolled calmly in front of the long row of huge glass capsules in which the doctor's monstrous unfinished creations dozed. "Ah, it's you. We estimate that the heroes will attack within a month. Since we have spies in our ranks, it is very likely that they will decide to launch a quicker attack to thwart us." The doctor turned around in his chair and looked intently at the approaching successor to All for One. "I don't care when they start, as long as it's according to our plan. I have to finish the boy and take his power. Then they will have no one left to stop me. And then I will destroy everything in my path." The doctor looked away for a moment, a smirk lit up his face a second later. "Very well, you'll make a fine symbol of destruction. As for the plan, Mahia has already begun. Soon she will release your master, and then this country will return to its usual state of endless fear." Shigaraki shook his head uncertainly and turned to leave. "In that case, I must begin my part of the plan. It's time for our allies to visit the young hero's home. Do you think he will be pleased?" A broad smile broke out on Tamura's face. Izuku stopped abruptly just as the familiar uneasy feeling began to weigh on his head again. He recognized the danger premonition quirk. It had often helped him in recent training and battles. Right now, the young man knew that he was alone in this UA training camp, which meant that the threat was not near. That scared him even more. Could it be a false positive? The voices of his predecessors had not echoed in his head for long, had not disturbed his already fractured mind. Now he was possessed by an unbridled, fleeting impulse to turn to them, to ask them if the premonition could be wrong. But that thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "No, I'm not ready to talk to them yet. Certainly not as long as they're hiding something. I had sensed it a year ago." The faceless shadows behind the first had been unresponsive at times, and had suddenly become almost living people. He had noticed their strange behavior, even stranger with the founder. Izuku sensed at once that he was not telling the whole truth. It was as if he was chained by invisible chains, and he himself was at the same time the chains of the others. He tried to explain it with my quirk, but it was not true. I have seen it in the memories of others. Something was driving them to do certain things. Something that always hovered over them, something that always decided for them. And yet their memories were never revealed to me. Midoriya rose above the stadium and surveyed the surroundings of the academy. Am I right, and is he hiding them from me on purpose? She took one last look at the area from above and headed for the dormitory. She knew she needed to build up her strength for the battle ahead. Toshinori sighed heavily and put aside the long, boring magazine. He had often tried to distract himself from his heavy thoughts lately, but it was almost always unsuccessful. The retired hero had too many things to worry about, and the looming large-scale operation to capture the villains, during which hundreds of people would surely be injured, was not the most important. He leaned back in the padded chair, closed his eyes and tried to understand how this was possible. Are you going to sit here all night again, Toshinori? The hero lifted his heavy eyelids and intercepted the green-haired woman's gaze. You know what it can lead to, don't you? I understand, Inko. I just can't stop thinking about the boy. There was silence for a moment. They had thoughts that didn't need to be expressed. You know, he's not a little boy anymore. It's very hard for me to have to let Izuku go so soon, but his childhood guilt kept me from staying with him at home. Inko lowered her sad gaze to Toshinori. I just hope he'll let us support him to the end. Now let's go to bed, we've talked about this many times before. The Almighty slowly got up, took a last look around the room and followed the woman. He felt it from the first step, from the first breath. It appeared somewhere inside her, warning and intimidating. Every step he took towards the door grew heavier, all his senses sharpening one by one. He knew and saw it with crystal clarity. As loud as ever, the ticking of the clock. Dust particles slowly settling, visible in the light of the desk lamp. The screech of a car's wheels somewhere outside. Was something happening? With excruciating slowness, he turned around to see the hero's ever-growing figure. The Almighty mustered the last of his strength. The front door of the house crumpled under someone's knock. All around him stretched an endless abyss. Dark as the cosmos itself, an ocean of absolute nothingness. He couldn't feel his body, he didn't even know if he should exist in this place in any material form. Infinity permeated all existence in this place. He himself was infinity. Seconds later, or years, or millennia, this place was timeless. Something began to take shape. At first, only thin uncertain outlines appeared, then the space warped and began to form a figure familiar to the observer. The ninth user of One for All opened his eyes. What had been an abyss had become a normal city. He was on the rooftop of one of the many skyscrapers, his entire body covered by a thick dark fog, which left only a gap near his face. The image around him was becoming sharper and sharper. The days and nights, the seasons of the year were changing each other at a dizzying pace, as if the time around him had accelerated 1,000 times. And it was all contained in a single instant. Two figures appeared beside him, so close that if he had reached out his hand he could have touched them. He could not understand their conversation, or even catch the familiar features of their faces. All around him a silent and useless murmur began to be heard. People's voices broke through the invisible barrier more and more clearly. "Remember, Toshinori." One of the figures turned in her direction. Its gaze seemed to be directed through her fog-covered body. "You must protect Inko." His gaze focused, infinity reflected in his gray eyes. Two shadows stepped through the ruined gate. Illuminated by the streetlights, the figures approached through the settling dust. His old instincts had not failed the retired hero, and before the door came off its hinges, Toshinori had shielded Inko from the flying debris. Wasting no time, driven solely by instinct, the Almighty put all his remaining strength into his arm and struck the one who had just appeared in the doorway. The figure that had just appeared in the doorway against the wall. Glass and concrete shattered and the house shook. Toshinori saw the surprised face of the second villain in front of him, whose hand, magnified by the quirk, reflexively turned toward the hero. The Almighty leapt away, ran to the woman huddled by the wall and took advantage of her attacker's confusion to grab her by the shoulders. Inko's tearful face was etched in his mind in horror. "There is no time, Inko, you must flee immediately." The woman stared at the hero incomprehensibly, her eyes unable to focus on a single thing, shuddering with fear and terror. "What? Run out the kitchen window, find some hero on patrol. I'll hold them off as long as I can, come on. Run." "No, I." He forcibly lifted her up and pushed her towards the kitchen. Their gazes met for the last time and Toshinori slammed the door shut. He knew Inko would do the right thing. After losing precious seconds, the hero was unable to dodge a blunt blow to the head. He felt himself thrown back against the wall, the pain of the blow dulled. The thoughts in his head scattered, making it difficult to concentrate. "Fuck, we weren't warned that the Almighty would be here." The first villain, who had recovered from the blow, stood up swaying. He spat blood and leaned against the wall. "I don't care, he hasn't had any strength for a long time, he's an ordinary man now. Can you imagine how they'll reward us if they find out we killed the former #1 hero?" He could not hear their conversation, he no longer wanted to get up and fight. Now he felt the closeness of death for the first time. Toshinori knew he had never been this close, not even during the two battles with Japan's greatest villain. The seconds ticked by, the few meaningful memories he had in his head flickered one after another. He felt the blood rushing to his face, he felt he had no strength left to fight. But he also felt that he had not yet escaped, that he had not given him enough time. A smoldering flame of strength flared inside Toshinori as if after a gust of wind. He felt the remnants of One for All pouring through his body, filling him with strength for one last run. "Remember, Toshinori. You must protect Inko." A faint smile appeared on his face. He shuddered as if receiving an electric shock and approached the villains in an instant. "Yes, Master. It seems that only after many years have I understood the meaning of your words." He grabbed the second man who had kicked open the door and smashed his head with all his might, smashing the villain's face in. Wasting no time, he pounced on the first, but the latter, having created with a quirk something like an axe, was already waiting for the blow. 1 second and the villain flew against the wall, froze and fell, without moving again. The weapon stuck in the hero slowly disappears. The symbol of peace falls to his knees, trying in vain to clutch the wound. In the fading consciousness, Toshinori tries to make out at least some familiar faces, familiar places. Memories are substituted one after another, preventing him from holding on to at least one and staying with it forever. He realizes that he has run out of time. In the last seconds, the body clinging to life shudders, as if in a last effort to cling to the distant world of the living. Toshinori's eyes were struck by a bright light, in the midst of which, woven into the eerie darkness, a blurred silhouette could be seen. So it was you. Hundreds of heroes, police and other special service members were recruited to participate in this operation. In coordination with the Japanese government, the Hero Commission put all the forces, including the senior students of the Hero Academies, into this strike to take out all the villains at once. On that day, the heroes disappeared from all the cities. The assault on the Paranormal Liberation Front's hideouts across the country began. Izuku fixed his gaze on the hospital where Shigaraki was hiding. He was driven only by hatred. At the same time, all the security systems in Tartarus prison went on high alert, the sensors detecting the approach of something huge. All for One, chained to his chair, raised his head and let a wide grin spread across his face. The war was beginning. Chapter 9. Hero. Hero. You started the story. Yoichi shuddered, regaining consciousness abruptly. He jumped up, but his weakened and exhausted body couldn't take it, and he found himself back on the cold, wet floor. He was still in the same cell. What happened? I remember talking to my brother. And then, the memories were a dull ache in my mind. What did he do to me? Did he make me some quirk by force? The young man stood up slowly, his eyes accustomed to the darkness sweeping quickly around the room. As far as the light from the narrow window would allow, Yoichi examined his body for injuries but found nothing. He took a deep breath, as if after a long period of oblivion, and listened to his inner sensations. How strange. Why can't I feel anything? Didn't my brother? She tried to feel something for a few more seconds, but it was like an absolute emptiness inside her. Ah, it's true. I remember hearing someone's voice before I blacked out, but it wasn't my brother's. Yoichi took another look at his place of confinement. Nothing unusual appeared in the room. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. He fell to his knees and screamed, unable to withstand the avalanche of information rushing into his head. Yoichi gritted his teeth and clutched his hair painfully. After a few more seconds, the room fell silent again. The young man stood up, staggering, and looked down at his hands. Barely perceptible lightning flashed through his body. Whose were those? Memories. All for One leaned against the cold tiled wall outside the medical room. He wasn't used to long waits, and he certainly wasn't used to anyone daring to take up his time. But this situation demanded his personal presence. Too much could no longer be left to chance. After a while the door opened, the doctor came out of the room and was immediately met with a menacing look. Had he found out what was wrong with him? The doctor hesitated for a few seconds, took off his old glasses and started rubbing them with the edge of his gown. According to all the test results, your brother is perfectly healthy. That quirk you gave him couldn't have done anything to his body. You see. The doctor looked cautiously at the man in front of him. His physical condition was virtually the same, but his brain activity. It was as if something had taken hold of him. Something inside his mind. All for One frowned even more and hurried out of the lab. He slammed the wall furiously, shattering the already rotting boards. The dilapidated building lurched, and the plaster debris collapsed on the sole occupant of the house. The building, once home to their entire small family, was slowly crumbling, abandoned and empty. How dare they? All for One pulled out the arm mangled by the blow, looked at the dripping blood for a few seconds and activated the regeneration quirk. The wound hissed, spitting steam. The power of the quirk expelled the splinters of wood stuck in his palm and healed the wound in an instant. Any glimmer of light had disappeared from his eyes, now only animal rage and hatred had a place in them. No social framework and no rules could any longer crush the natural essence of man. He, more than anyone else, knew how tiresome was the false pretense of following laws created by such ordinary people. The right of the strong was the only undeniable truth at all times, no matter how much people tried to forget it. How could I not see the quirk in him? How could I have let those traitors free him and escape? Red lightning flashed through his body, his fists clenched and his face contorted into a grimace of bitterness. And now he was dead. He had died in such a ridiculous way, but earlier he had managed to pass the quirk to one of those things. A crazed smile lit up his face. I'll get you back, little brother. A wave of destruction, bringing death and chaos, foreshadowing only a terrible fate for all living things, swept through the neighborhoods of the city. Everything within miles of the epicenter turned to dust in a matter of minutes. One touch, one mistake. The wave of destruction was generated by one man. Despite the surprise attack and initial success, the heroes were unable to extend their assault on Jaku Hospital. The deadly attack had blown away the main forces of the attackers. The dust that had been kicked up for miles slowly settled, revealing the bottomless blue of the sky and the gray hulks of buildings mixed with dirt. Hundreds of people who had not had time to evacuate were caught up in the wave of decay, the choking suspension, the poisoned air. They themselves turned to dust, pushed by the cold autumn wind across the desolate field where the city once stood. On concrete blocks, the remains of one of the houses, 3 wounded, tired, broken men watched the ashes of the burned city settle. The 3 students tried to distinguish the surviving heroes from the ruined wasteland. Todoroki, wiping a layer of dust from his face, created pillars of ice to support the huge chunk of building they were standing on. The others seemed to have managed to escape the decay. At least those who managed to get into the air. He averted his gaze first to Bakugo, who was trying to catch his breath in the polluted air, and then to Midoriya, maintaining the silence that had become habitual over the past year. If we give it just one more chance to attack, we will all die here. Bakugo tightened the straps pulling down on his grenade-proof gauntlet. And you, Deku, don't even try to get ahead of him. Until then, concentrating on studying the horizon, Midoriya glanced at his companions, pulled up the yellow scarf hanging from his neck and continued his silent observation. Without trying to hide his displeasure, Bakugo retreated to the other end of the stone block to contact the surviving heroes. Inside, Izuku, who outwardly seemed unperturbed, seethed with anger, his eyes roaming the wasteland, trying to make out at least something behind the settling wall of dust. Look. Todoroki pointed to somewhere where Jaku's hospital used to be. Now, through the sinking dust, all that could be seen was a tall pillar of earth, as if built by hand. On it, barely visible to the human eye, stood a solitary figure. Wrapped in a red cloak, the new symbol of terror and fear surveyed the wreckage of the city that had been his first step on the path of unbounded destruction. Bakugo smiled, tightened all the straps of his suit again and walked to the very edge of the ruined building. Here he comes, the bastard. The sounds of slow but heavy footsteps echoed off the walls of the dark hallway. Distant echoes of sirens, screams of soldiers, groans of prisoners buried under tons of concrete and steel could be heard. A huge monster was up there crushing Tartarus, which until now had been the safest place in Japan. All for One wandered down the hallway, using quirks to orient himself. He had long since forgotten what it was like to see sunlight. Even the sounds of the world around him had ceased to resonate in his head over the years. His dying body depended on a life support machine that levitated near him. He could feel the rumble approaching. A smile never left his face, anticipating his imminent release. Come to me, Mahia. He did not count the seconds that had passed during the flight. Time, to a man driven by rage, meant nothing. When he saw Shigaraki looming on the horizon, he did not hesitate to activate his flight and rush towards the villain, despite the shouts of his friends behind him. For Izuku there were no obstacles, all doubts had long been discarded. Perhaps that was why he did not hesitate to pounce on the man who had just killed hundreds of people with a single touch. All doubts were buried somewhere deep under the well of other people's memories. Memories of unfortunate people condemned to die just because of their pride, their cowardice, their bravery, their recklessness. Just because they were heroes. The first blow, on Shigaraki, who had not even had time to move from his seat, landed precisely on his jaw. Propelled by the tremendous momentum of the quirk combination, Izuku shattered half of his opponent's face and threw him off the earthen wall, unaffected by the effects of decomposition. Using a combination of flight and black whip, he quickly leapt downward following the villain. In the billowing cloud of dust, Shigaraki's figure had already risen, straightened up and took a step towards the approaching student. The bloody jumble hanging from the remnants of his muscles was being reconstructed into a normal human jaw. Shigaraki raised his red eyes, drenched in the world's most intense rage, towards the young man who had landed. Wow. I see you've prepared yourself quite well. At least you look much stronger than the last time we met. Have you increased your level? Midoriya straightened up quietly, shook his arm a couple of times at the unusual sensation and averted his gaze to Tamura. Talk while you can, Shigaraki. You won't get out of here alive. He stifled the annoying noise in his head, turned off the endless stream of information that dragged out. He was driven by the desire to end everything that had created All for One. You're not much of a hero, but I like it. Fighting to the death is something I've missed. Shigaraki clenched like a spring. His muscles tensed to the limit, reinforced by a multitude of quirks. In an instant, he straightened up and, propelled by the air current, shortened the distance separating him from the hero in a matter of seconds. It flashed darkly in Deku's eyes, and in a second he had come so close that mere inches separated the villain's outstretched hand from the face of the bearer of the sacred torch of power. Give one for all, Midoriya Izuku. The quirk sprang into action faster than the electrical impulses coursed through his body. While the human brain was trying to process the prohibitive speed, the forces of the quirk core had already risen and spread throughout the body. A black whip erupted from Izuku's body, shot towards the nearest solid support and pulled him away from danger. The dust that rose created a veil, allowing Izuku to land and leap to his feet. Shigaraki, who had been flying by inertia, slowed down, sinking his feet into the hard ground and instantly spun on himself. In the settling mud, only the outline of his body, which was beginning to take on inhuman features, was visible. Red flashes of lightning swirled around the growing mass of muscle and bone as Quirk's overflowing body adjusted to the damage it was taking. Legs torn from heavy breaking were forming new flesh and skin. Shigaraki's body was the perfect vessel for someone hungry only for total destruction. Wasting no time, they lunged at each other, colliding in a single burst of hatred, blow after blow. Bringing out all the quirk within him, Izuku wrapped the villain with a black whip, jumped, using amplification, and giving himself maximum acceleration in flight, with a kick of his foot, sealed Shigaraki against the ground, which had managed to literally compress under the pressure of the fighters. Shigaraki's bloodshot eyes darted towards Izuku, and a sharp bone spike sprouted from the villain's hand and pierced the hero's leg. Taking advantage of the respite, Deku bounced a dozen meters away from the villain and stopped. He removed the scarf from his neck, which now looked like a tattered rag, and adjusted it over the wound. Trying to catch his breath and watch his opponent at the same time, Midoriya looked off into the distance, at the silhouettes of the approaching heroes. A blood-stained hand emerged from the crater formed by the impact. Shigaraki was slowly rising, the mangled body with multiple fractures regenerating back to its limits. The villain's unnaturally twisted head snapped back into place with a crunch, red eyes staring directly at Izuku. Already accustomed to superspeeds, Izuku's eyes immediately caught his movements. The villain's arm, which had not yet had time to recover, twitched and lunged toward the ground. Time around him seemed to slow down, and Deku realized that another wave of decay was about to occur. Even in this state, Shigaraki realized that reinforcements of the heroes were approaching. Letting him attack would mean letting them all die. The black whip burst from Deku's hand in an unrestrained lunge and swung toward the villain. The ropes wrapped around Shigaraki once more and pulled him towards the hero, who was already preparing for another attack. The bones of the villain's hand shattered under the impact of the steel plates protecting Midoriya's legs. Wasting no time, Izuku lifted Shigaraki into the air and struck him again, but a shockwave erupted from the villain's palm. The young hero was pinned to the violent ground by the tremendous pressure. Shigaraki spun in free fall and released dozens of sharp metal spikes from his body. Deku jumped up, concentrated energy in his legs and leapt upward. Immediately summoning flight, he swept Shigaraki with the shanks of his black whip and flew upwards. Towards the distant blue of the sky, where the villain would be unable to use the deadly decomposition. He felt adrift in infinite space like an empty shell. A consciousness trapped in a body, with no way to break through the thicket of darkness that surrounded this place. He realized how far it was possible for a long-dead human being, trapped forever between life and death. He realized to what extent a copy of his mind, once alive, could guide his thoughts. He realized that at least some of his living personality remained. A world free of life and death became an escape and a trap. Divided by fate, the souls of the dead were doomed to an aimless existence on the frontier. Distant, muffled sounds began to make their way into the hitherto silent space. They passed as if through the column of water, rolled through the infinitely empty space, reverberated off invisible walls. They transported to the abode of the dead information that had been torn from the world of the living. They were alien to this place. The mist descended in an instant that lasted an infinitely long time. Nana Shimura opened her eyes. A place darker than the deepest regions of space was simultaneously illuminated by an invisible luminary. The space had no top or bottom, which did not prevent her from standing firmly on her feet. A place devoid of all life allowed him to breathe fully for the first time. His hair fluttered in the breeze that came out of nowhere. His hero's costume looked brand new, not having been through 100 battles. The woman's deep gray eyes swept across the vast emptiness. Beside her, 6 people who had awakened from a long sleep gazed in awe at the vast, seemingly familiar world. Nana immediately felt admiration for her predecessors, the heroes of times past, standing proudly on her shoulders for the first time in a long time. Before she could meet her mentor's gaze, Nana's eyes, slowly widening with regret, strayed to the slender figure embraced by a barely perceptible yellow flame. At a glance, she could perceive the difference from the formless shape he had had earlier in this world. Toshinori. She wiped away the barely visible tears. Sooner or later it was going to happen. After all, she had always held herself responsible for condemning the apprentice she had passed on the Quirk to death. However, to see here a fully formed mark that only meant doom in the real world was incredibly painful. Somewhere in the distance, the rumble of thunder could be heard. The rumbling sound penetrating from the outside world became ever sharper. All the torchbearers realized that the current holder of the One for All was engaged in a brutal battle. A battle each of them had already lost once. Space warped, a strong ripple ran through the dark abyss. The first power bearer joined his successors. Nana's gaze darkened, her shoulders shook faintly. All the Quirk wielders watched the founder's every move. Prepare yourselves. The former slowly scanned each of the figures with his gaze, shook his head slightly following his thoughts and averted his gaze to the shadow receding behind him. Soon we will reach the point of no return. The battle seemed to be at a stalemate and had been going on for an eternity. The opponents who had risen above the ground could not wrest the initiative from each other. Deku delivered blow after blow, splitting the air with shockwaves. Dodging the effects of dozens of Shigaraki's quirks, he glided through the air, and waited for the moment to launch another attack that would wipe out the effects of his opponent's regeneration in a matter of seconds. The clear blue sky exploded with ripples of air, gusts that reached the ground that had long since lost all semblance of appearance. The surface beneath the battlefield was dirt mixed with chunks of concrete. His instinct told Izuku the direction of the attack. His body, driven by reflexes, bounced to the side. Using the multiple branches of his black whip to better balance himself in the air, Deku regrouped, planted himself over his opponent and unloaded another blow on Shigaraki's exposed head. Tamura's scarred body took another hit, pressurized by the pressure, and flew several tens of meters down, where he was already expected. A barely visible orange dot rose from the ground, with flashes of fire coming closer and closer to Shigaraki. Endeavor, driven by the thrust of the fire, grabbed the falling Shigaraki by the hair, barely recovered, and threw him downward with all his might, unleashing a huge torrent of flames. Deku took a few seconds to land near the approaching platoon of heroes, with Endeavor coming down next. Midoriya, exhausted from the long battle, was breathing heavily in the hot air. A charred body slowly crawled out of the impact crater, exposed bone and sinew straining, forming new muscle. A strangled squawk escaped from the burnt throat, and the figure slowly began to rise, regaining more and more of its human form. Eyes, teeth, hair. The mutilated body was acquiring ancient features, hidden from the heroes by the smoke and dust that had risen. Tamura regained consciousness, and the quirks inside him stirred, rebuilding the body of the ship. One hand went to the ground, ahead of her thoughts, and the palm touched the hard, hot surface. It took him a second to realize that the quirks were no longer responding to the call. Inside, everything became unpleasantly cold, the void that occupied the quirk's place opening up into a vast abyss. "You're really cool," Eraserhead. The dust settled, revealing a view of the heroes surrounding Shigaraki, led by Endeavor and Eraserhead. Tamura looked around confused, tried several times to summon quirks and got the expected silence. A sudden flash, as if someone had turned off the light in his mind, appeared before his eyes. He raised a confused face and stared at the crowd of heroes. "What time is it?" Yoichi clamped his hands tightly over his ears, slowly slid down the cold cell wall and stood motionless. The murmur of voices had not faded from his mind since All for One had forcibly implanted the quirk in him. At first he had interpreted it as shock, but the sounds continued unabated, driving the young man mad. He tried to call out to his brother, thinking he was teasing him, but the more time Yoichi spent alone with the whispers in his head, the more he doubted the reality of what was happening. Hours later he found himself lying on the floor, with the silence around him seeming horribly unreal to him. The darkness of the room was palpably dense, reeking of fear and despair. Yoichi shrank back, wrapped his arms around himself and tried to disconnect from reality. The seconds ticked by for an indescribably long time, each one seeming like an eternity spent alone with the darkness consuming everything around him. Perfect silence reigned everywhere, impossible for the ordinary world, terrifying for humans. Even the air seemed to freeze and stop all movement around Yoichi. He felt something warm brewing inside his body, something began to emit a faint light inside his mind. Yoichi stirred, lifted his head and stared into the thickening darkness. A few barely visible green rays ran down his arm. Something appeared just inches away from his body. The huge monster, demolishing everything in its path, was another deadly surprise for the heroes. All attention on Shigaraki did not register the approach of the giant beforehand. The Titan, bringing destruction behind him, stopped and in one fell swoop wiped out the entire group of heroes. The League of Villains and the TFO foot soldiers descended from its back, immediately engaging the dwindling line of heroes. Midoriya had no time to reprimand himself for not noticing their approach in time. It was not the giant that worried him, but the one who had come with him. Even now, at close range, he could sense the danger coming from above. It outweighed the similar energy coming from Shigaraki. One for All erupted in his supernova body, pure power soaked everything down to his bones, making them stronger than steel. Lightning bolts and tendrils of black whip swirled around his body at a frantic pace. Izuku felt his predecessors closer than ever. All for One, clad in his new mask, glided over the battlefield. The carnage that followed the giant's arrival attracted more heroes and villains. Booms, shouts, screams, groans. All merged into a single, desperate roar of battle unleashed. The air was electrified and saturated with quirk heat. None of them remembered why the battle had erupted. Heroes and villains were united by a desire for mutual destruction. A frenzied energy began to pour from Deku's body, and pushed by the fully activated quirk, he rose from the ground, wrapped his arms and legs around a black whip and leapt back upward, where Japan's greatest villain awaited him. An exchange of merciless blows took to the skies, and the arch-rivals once again engaged in mortal combat. The quirks in their bodies, as if alive, sensed each other's approach. All for One and One for All collided, spewing their pent-up energy. From the first seconds, the villain began to press with expertise and unwavering control over the quirks. Deku had no choice but to dodge the relentlessly flying attacks. All for One unleashed long, incredibly strong but flexible excrescences that sought to catch the hero by sliding through the air by any means. With uncharacteristic silence, the villain concentrated entirely on the battle. His dream, trodden for long decades, was closer than ever to fulfillment. Izuku's thoughts could not keep pace with the movements of his body, which reflexively dodged the attacks. The battle, which seemed to have lasted only a few minutes, had already exhausted the young man. The unhealed wounds from the battle with Shigaraki were slowing him down. The overwhelming aura of All for One weighed on his mind, preventing him from concentrating and devising a plan. He now felt that he was only surviving because of the experience he had gained from the memories of his predecessors. All for One had used the same quirks, the same attacks. The endless fragments of past battles flying through his mind allowed him to dodge deadly attacks. The opponents realized that prolonging the fight was unacceptable. Another exchange of blows, another dodge, the air currents from the collision reached those fighting on the ground. For the first time in the entire bout, the masked voice of his opponent reached Izuku. Enough games. They both stopped, hovered in the air and gathered their strength for another attack. The battlefield below rumbled with endless battle. Izuku felt the quirks of All for One sliding down his body, searching for a weak spot, resonating with the core of All for One. The young man was certain that, despite the facelessness, All for One was staring at him. A gaze from the depths of his power that had given birth to One for All. "You're there, aren't you?" The villain's whisper was hidden behind the shockwave released. Deku jerked, turned away from the direction of the attack and released his whip, wrapping it around the unprotected arms of All for One. A jerk, and the villain with entangled arms, subdued by the force of the whip, lunged forward. As in previous critical moments, time seemed to slow down for Izuku. He felt the breath of death, but retreat was no longer possible. All the power granted by Quirk was transferred to his right arm, directed towards the approaching villain. The oncoming flood of memories stilled, One for All froze before shining a star. "Let go of my brother." The cry of All for One echoed in the absolute silence. Burning with excess energy, Izuku's hand shot through the villain, piercing his chest. All for One's palm landed on Deku's face, taking out Quirk. The blades that had managed to fly out of him pierced the hero's body. The world around him froze. He found himself in a dark abyss that had not inspired fear in a long time. In his wanderings through memories, he had often been trapped here, held by a quirk. Izuku examined his body, shrouded in mist, then looked at the glowing core of the quirk in the distance. Close by, he observed a man surrounded by a red mist. He lay there, writhing in pain as if in pain, slowly dissolving into the dark bottomless space. Looking a little closer, Izuku realized he was watching his opponent. All for One was trying to cling to the core of his power, desperately clutching his chest, stifled gasps escaping his throat. Before a few seconds had passed, All for One's body had completely disappeared, disintegrating into fine red dust, lost in the boundless expanse. Did I make it? Izuku turned slowly, surveying the empty space. Even the familiar reflections of his predecessors were absent in the thick darkness. But what had happened in the real world? The darkness was set in motion, as if pushed by an unknown force. Thick currents parted, revealing a view of the darkened room to Midoriya's gaze. In one corner, cowering in fear, sat a young man. His long white hair fell over his face, his hands cupped over his head, clutching his ears. The figure crouched beside him was out of sight, as if hidden by a shadow out of nowhere. The first. Is this really his memory? But he had never been able to enter them before, had he? Izuku looked around the room, which looked more like a prison cell, and returned his gaze to Yoichi, who was now squinting in the direction of the mysterious figure. The shadow began to descend, revealing the sight of another person. Midoriya's eyes slowly opened, accompanied by an inaudible whisper from the first. The darkness settled, fully opening Izuku's sight to the third person. He saw himself. Chapter 10. You started it. Scientists speculate that there is a potential point in time after which quirks will enter a state of unpredictable and uncontrolled development. Like humans who have made a technological leap in an immeasurably small period of time in history, quirks in their evolution through the generations may cross a line after which humanity will reach a dead end, losing its developmental potential. In fact, the world is arranged quite simply. The individuals inhabiting it are inherent to create obstacles themselves in order to slow down the pace of development and not to fall into the abyss, which inevitably follows the unbridled craving for destruction and creation. A world so vast and majestic in its simplicity does not fit into the limited consciousness of beings constrained by mortal bodies and weak minds. According to recent speculation, no doubt alarming and terrifying to us as a species that has taken over the planet, quirks are a disease that will wipe out humanity in the not-too-distant future. In their uncontrolled evolution, they will reach a point at which the human body will not be able to resist the power of the quirk's core. And the only thing left for us to do will be to bend down, disappear and make room for another. However, the complexity of the structure of the world is not at all what people strive to pass off as a problem. The reality accessible to the human brain is only a small part floating on water. While everything else lurks in the dark depths beyond human reach, there is always a small detail missing to complete the picture. Something constantly flying out of memory, lurking somewhere nearby, but not giving a complete picture. And it happens that the missing piece of the puzzle falls into place, appearing from somewhere in the depths of hidden reality. The picture becomes clear immediately. Two incompatible things collide, past and present intertwined in a single stream, the luminous core of Quirk One for all. Driven by an irresistible force, he found himself in this moment. Izuku Midoriya's memories of his first predecessor opened up. The violently driven core of One for All burst out of its usual frame, sending everything stored within the quirk into uncontrolled flight. He saw himself in the memories of a man who lived decades ago. A piece of the puzzle fell into place. And if we assume that Dr. Garaki's theory is correct, then humanity can only await its imminent demise and remain a small dot on the tape of history, which once flickered, but did not have time to light up. Coming from somewhere far away, from someone's memories, the background noise disappeared and there was absolute silence. Everything around him disappeared, his divided mind froze. Dreams, desires, fears, memories, everything that forms the human personality throughout life, poured endlessly into his shattered consciousness. Not in fragments, but an avalanche of them flooded him. He simultaneously lived the lives of 8 other people and died simultaneously 8 times. Every detail of their lives became his own life, every memory of them became his memory. His own personality, his own identity, his own sense of existence were buried somewhere deep under the tangle of piled-up memories. He no longer realized which of those stories was the real one, which life he had been living all these years. But that was how the painting took on a finished look, all the blurred details touched up with bright, bloody paint. The moment he saw himself, life began and ended at the same time, the loop found a beginning and an end. At that moment the story began and the end was written. Drifting in the middle of the ocean of memory, the multi-faced shadow had an answer and asked a question. For a long time the ashes that settled hid the sun over the battlefield. For a long time the wounded and the dead were pulled from the rubble. Days, weeks would pass. And the scorched earth would remain the only reminder of the tragedy. The victory of the heroes at great cost caused neither joy nor pain. The society was frightened by the threat that lurked all this time very close, in simple streets and in simple houses. Already a week after the Battle of Jakku, power in the country had effectively passed into the hands of the Heroes Commission. Taking advantage of the government's precarious position, the head of the Heroic Commission, using the support of a frightened public, established an emergency preparedness regime in the face of threats. The Signum program began to be applied even more actively. The tight control over heroes exceeded professional boundaries. All hero academies and preparatory schools were stripped of all autonomy and became totally subordinate to the Hero Commission. Greater control measures were also applied to ordinary people. The villains who escaped from the battlefield and the destroyed Tartarus still posed a huge threat. The biggest threat was Shigaraki and the remnants of the League of Villains who had escaped after the death of All for One. Out of fear, hatred was born in a society marked by great loss. More and more reports of vigilantes and their victims were emerging. People suspected of being involved with the Paranormal Liberation Front were handed over to the hero patrols. Embittered by the bloody victory, the system could no longer allow a new army of uncontrolled people with superpowers to emerge. Heroes and students who had been injured in the massacre were licking their wounds, and the news of the death of the peace symbol, which occurred in the midst of the tragedy, hit the terrified population even harder. In one of the wards of a crowded hospital, a lone woman was shedding tears next to her son, prostrate on a couch. Like a sprout breaking through dry earth, her mind pierced through an endless layer of memories of other lives. Izuku regained control of a mind torn by the endless repetition of the same events. He was himself and each of his predecessors separately. Memories of Midoriya's life overlapped the fates of others, he was trapped in each individual moment. The dark abyss within One for All had calmed, the core disturbed by the quirk of All for One was slowly returning to its place. It wove a body from the surrounding darkness so that consciousness was not left adrift in the cold void. All the questions that had plagued the boy dissipated as he realized everything that was happening inside the quirk. The missing detail that he had struggled so hard to find in the obscurities of his predecessors and in his fragmentary memories, barely aware of his own quirk, finally clicked into place. He himself was that detail. The voice that guides and pushes, the pressure on the conscience, the compulsion to make certain decisions, all this he had seen and felt in himself, all this his predecessors had seen and felt. Eventually, the road traveled led him to an irreversible point when All for One tried to steal the quirk and threw the core out of balance. As it spiraled out of control, the memory accumulation quirk absorbed all the memories of the One for All wielders and drowned the ninth in them. Izuku saw himself in the previously inaccessible memories of the founder and realized that he himself had paved the entire path. A path that had begun and ended at that moment. All the suffering, all the pain and torment was for one goal. He had become obsessed with defeating All for One, he had pushed himself into this madness. Midoriya felt a pang of guilt deep inside him, and sadness flashed in his darkened eyes. He had brought so much horror into the lives of his predecessors, his hands were stained with blood. But there was no room for regret. He could afford no regrets, for he had come all the way and achieved his cherished goal, All for One had been defeated. Nearby, shrouded in yellow smoke, a silhouette appeared. Izuku looked at the shadow of his mentor, a lone tear rolling down his cheek. The imprint of the world's strongest hero evaporated, and the young man sketched a faint smile. "We can't say when he will come out of the coma." The doctor's words were a final blow to Inko's grief-stricken heart. The tortured woman was forced to sit beside her wounded son for days on end, fending off the agents of the Hero Commission and listening to the doctor's disappointing prognoses. Her body had suffered serious but not life-threatening injuries. Tests of brain activity had yielded strange results. All we can do now is continue our observations. Inko, torn by the loss of a beloved man and her son's terrible injuries, tried to isolate herself from the world around her, but the teenager who killed Japan's greatest villain was causing too much attention. The Hero Commission was threatening to investigate and take responsibility, restrained only by Izuku's thoughtlessness and pressure from former headmaster Yue. A quiet knock sounded from the side of the entrance. The woman who was used to constant visits from GC investigators did not move. After a few seconds of silence, the door creaked open, and slow, measured footsteps sounded behind Inko's back. She looked away from Izuku's exhausted face and looked at the approaching man. Inko's eyes widened in surprise, and old memories flashed before her eyes. Hisashi. Now Izuku had to retrace the path he himself had traveled to the point of singularity. He had to carry out his past version and close the loop. Like a mirror, the space around him reflected the memories of 9 people. 9 lives, including his own, that were to follow the same path again, to intertwine into a single stream at the end and invade Izuku's head. I must tap into the memories of the first to close my part of the cycle. But to do so, I will have to affect his lives as well. Events that for him had already occurred in the past, now had to occur in the lives of his predecessors, in his present. He himself had to push them on the right path. He was always present at their side, guiding them and pointing the way. In moments of despair, he lifted up his predecessors who had given up, only for history to lead him to a natural end. He knew it could not be otherwise, for everything had already happened in his past. It was always there, a mysterious, oppressive force hovering over the minds of the characters, forcing them to make the right choices. The points of view changed, the memories followed one after the other, he lived every life with them, accepted every death. All this for us. Whispering quietly in his mind, he forced them to make hard and bloody decisions. Deaths and agony paved the road leading to victory over All for One. Your battle is not over, keep fighting. By living their lives, motivating them to keep going, he was building his own identity. You must die. Eventually, he also had to guide himself along the way. By inserting the right memories into an unformed mind, he was creating himself so that all the events could happen. There was no other way. In another spiral of the endless river of memories, he found himself next to a very young Toshinori Yagi and his mentor, Nana Shimura. His gaze swept across the horizon, over the rooftops of a myriad of skyscrapers, and his cape billowed back and forth in the gusts of wind. They exchanged phrases that passed for Izuku, they made no sense, but memories soon suggested the right words. To keep things on the familiar path, it was necessary to intervene again. Barely feeling the tension inside her, Nana concentrated on the quirk. A quiet whisper somewhere on the fringes of consciousness echoed wildly in her head. Her mind, unable to withstand the pressure of the quirk, obeyed. You must. He turned away from his pupil and repeated the words lost in the void. You must. Protect Inko. Inko. Who is Inko? Year after year, he relived his memories again and again, guided along the right path. It seemed to him that many decades had flown by, but at the same time not even a couple of seconds had passed. The boundaries of time were blurring more and more, fading into oblivion, only to remain somewhere deep in his original memories of his old life. Incredibly fast, a whirlwind of moments from other people's lives swirled around him. He was living each of them simultaneously, the lives and deaths of people long dead making their way through time so that one day he could master all for one. The quirk core stirred, the flow of memories slowed and the figure of a man appeared nearby, woven into the darkness. Soon the core would return to its place and everything would stop. The first one slowly paced the bottomless space, never taking his eyes off the sphere burning in the distance. When your brother tried to take us out and set the core in motion, all the memories of our lives were transferred to T. The one for all that connected us allowed you to not be a mere spectator, but to influence the minds of your predecessors in the past. Even mine. The first interrupted his monologue and plunged into his thoughts. We are trapped in an infinite loop, you are forced to mold our memories and make them as you yourself saw them. All in the name of defeating my brother, who has unwittingly sealed his own doom. But it will soon come to an end. Yoichi's body began to dissolve into the surrounding void. I guess you know what to do next. All that's left is to close the loop and restart it. I don't know what will happen to you next in reality. Maybe you'll wake up in blissful ignorance, forgetting all this, or maybe you won't wake up at all. His body disappeared completely, the last words echoing in the bottomless space of the quirk. We will always be with you. Izuku knew exactly how this journey had to end. There was one last touch left to put before traveling back to the memories of the first, to the same room where the younger version of him would end up after defeating All for One. All that was left was to introduce a single memory into his immature mind, a very ordinary one, but one that had a great impact on the entire journey ahead of him. Stop following me, Deku. A moment from the past intruded into his dream, the precise instant when he wanted to give up out of desperation. But something lurking inside him wouldn't let him escape, because to back down at that moment was to back down for the rest of his life. You can't be a hero without quirk, Deku. Same story, same mistakes. Over and over again. The end.